What if the thing trying to kill you before you were born was the very thing that made you? A king builds a bronze chamber and seals his daughter inside. He does it because an oracle told him the truth. His grandson will kill him. He thinks if he prevents the grandson from existing, he prevents the future. He is wrong. The sky finds a crack in the bronze. A child is born in the dark, then a wooden chest, then the open sea, and then a small, rocky island, and a boy who will grow up knowing exactly who he is. Tonight, while you sleep, we are going to answer it. Now, let's go back to the island, back to the boy who grew up knowing his father was the sky and his grandfather was afraid of him before he could walk, and to the king who sent him to die and made the worst mistake of his life. Perseus was the son of Golden Rain. We have already told the story of how he came to be, the prophecy that told Acrisius he would die by his grandson's hand, the bronze chamber built to prevent that prophecy, the sky finding the crack in the bronze and descending as golden rain, Danae in her sealed room, and the child who was born from the most divine of all Zeus's disguises, from light itself falling into darkness. He was born in a bronze chamber. He spent his first years there, in the sealed underground room, in the company of his mother and no one else. His world was the walls of the container that had been built to prevent his existence. His first awareness of the world was the awareness of confinement. Then the chest, the box into which Acrisius placed mother and child and threw into the sea. The wooden vessel that was supposed to sink and become the grave of the prophecy before the prophecy could fulfill itself. The chest that floated instead, that was carried by the currents of the Augean across the water to the rocky island of Seriphos. The fisherman Dictys found them. Dictys was the brother of Polydectes, the king of Seriphos. He was not the king. He was a fisherman, a man who worked the sea and knew its rhythms, and who had the quality that the mythology consistently attributed to the humble figures who perform acts of hospitality in the ancient world. He opened the chest. He found a woman and a child. He brought them in. He gave them a home on Seriphos. He cared for them with the genuine warmth of someone who had found two human beings in a box on the sea and who understood that they needed shelter and that providing it was simply what you did. He asked nothing in return. He made nothing complicated. He saw what was needed and he provided it. Perseus grew up on Seriphos under the care of Dictys. Seriphos was a small island, rocky and relatively poor, not one of the fertile or the wealthy Cyclades, but one of the smaller ones, a place where the landscape was mostly stone and the livelihood was mostly the sea. Perseus grew up in the conditions of that island, in the specific education that poverty and smallness and proximity to the sea provided. He learned to fish. He learned the water and the weather and the specific skills that island life required. He learned what the sea gave and what it took and the specific respect for it that people who depended on it developed. He also knew who he was. Danae told him. She told him about the prophecy and the bronze chamber and the chest and the golden ring. She told him who his father was. This knowledge was the specific quality that distinguished Perseus from an ordinary fisherman's ward on a small Aegean island. He was the son of Zeus. He was the child that a king had tried to drown. He was the being about whom a prophecy had been spoken that had set a chain of events in motion that had brought him here. He carried this knowledge the way the children of Zeus's mortal loves always carried their divine parentage. Not as armor, not as something that protected him from the ordinary difficulties of life, as a quality of who he was, a resource that he could not yet fully access, but that was in him, waiting for the conditions that would allow it to express itself. He grew up. He became a young man. He was strong and capable and had the specific combination of qualities that his parentage had given him. The divine heritage of the king of gods and the virtue of the most steadfast of Zeus's mortal loves, working together in the person of a young man on a small rocky island who had spent his childhood learning to navigate the sea. Now, close your eyes. Take a breath. A small rocky island, dark water all around it, and a young man standing at the shore looking out at the sea that once carried him here in a wooden box. He knows who he is. He knows where he came from. And somewhere on this island, a king has just made the worst mistake of his life. The king of Seriphos was Polydectes, the brother of Dictys, a man of a different quality from the fishermen who had saved Danae and Perseus, a man who had the authority of kingship and the specific desires of a powerful man who wanted what he wanted and was accustomed to finding ways to obtain it. He wanted Danae. He had wanted her from the time she arrived on the island, or had developed the wanting as the years passed, and she remained in his brother's household, visible and near and desirable. He was a king. She was a beautiful woman living in his island's domain. The logic of power said that what he wanted, he should have. The obstacle was Perseus. Perseus was no longer a child. He was a young man of the kind that made it difficult for a king to simply impose his will on the young man's mother. Not because Perseus had the power to prevent Polydectes by force, but because Perseus's presence made the taking of Danae complicated in ways that Polydectes did not want to manage. There was the threat of his divine parentage. There was the simple fact of a son who would not stand by and accept what Polydectes intended. Polydectes decided to remove Perseus from the equation. He announced that he intended to marry Hippodamia, a woman of noble birth from another part of the Greek world. He organized a gathering of the prominent men of Seriphos to contribute gifts to the courtship. The traditional gift in such contexts was a horse. Each man was expected to contribute a horse. Perseus had no horse. He had grown up in a fisherman's household on a poor rocky island. He had no property of that kind, but he was proud. He was the son of Zeus, raised on stories of his divine parentage, aware of who he was even if the world around him had not yet been asked to acknowledge it. The pride was real, and it was the specific quality of pride that the mythology consistently attributed to heroes, the pride that refused to accept a lesser version of participation when the greater version was declared. He offered anything. Whatever Polydectes asked, whatever gift would be most fitting for the occasion, he would provide it, regardless of what it was. Polydectes asked for the head of Medusa, the Gorgon, the creature whose face turned to stone any living being that looked at it, the monster that lived at the edge of the world, in the specific geography of the ancient world's imagination where the known gave way to the monstrous and the impossible. The creature that no hero had ever successfully confronted, that no hero had even returned from attempting. Perseus had made the offer. He could not withdraw it without losing what he had just asserted. He had said whatever you ask, and the king had asked for the impossible. He would go for the head of Medusa. This is where the story of Perseus becomes the story of a hero who is genuinely helped by the divine world in ways that the mythology consistently presented as the appropriate support for a genuine hero. Athena came to him, the goddess of wisdom, who had been born from the head of Zeus and who carried the specific divine commitment to the applied intelligence that helped mortals accomplish what raw force alone could not accomplish. She came to Perseus and she gave him what he needed to know. She told him about the Gorgons, about Medusa and her sisters, about the specific danger of the direct look and how to navigate it. She told him what he would need: the winged sandals that would carry him through the air, the Pegasus, the special bag in which the severed head could be safely contained, the helm of darkness, Hades's helmet of invisibility, which would allow him to move without being seen, and the harp, the curved sword capable of cutting through what ordinary swords could not cut. None of these were things she could simply give him. They required a process, a sequence of encounters, a series of tasks that would take him to the places where these objects could be obtained. The Grey Women, the Hesperides, the realm of the divine armory. Each step leading to the next, each encounter providing what the next encounter required. Perseus listened. He understood. He accepted the guidance of the goddess of wisdom, which was itself a quality of the hero he was. Not the pride that refused help, not the arrogance that believed its own strength was sufficient for any challenge. The intelligence that recognized when it was being offered what it needed. He set out. The journey that would take him to Medusa was beginning. The journey that would produce the story that has been told for 3,000 years. The young man from the rocky island, the son of golden rain and the most faithful of Zeus's mortal loves, going out into the world to do something that the world believed was impossible. He carried his mother's faith and his father's blood and the guidance of the goddess of wisdom. That was what he had. It would be enough. The Gorgons lived at the edge of the world, at the place where the known world ended and the geography of the mythology gave way to something else. The far western edge, past the garden of the Hesperides, past the point where Oceanus encircled the world, in the specific landscape that the ancient world associated with the monstrous and the impossible. Three sisters, Stheno, Euryale, and Medusa. Their names meant strength, far-springing, and guardian or ruler. The Gorgons were described with a specificity that suggested genuine terror. Hair of living serpents that writhed and hissed. Hands of bronze. Wings of gold. Tusks like the tusks of boars. And eyes. The eyes were the thing. Any living being that looked directly at a Gorgon was turned to stone. Not killed. Not simply blinded. Turned to stone. The transformation was immediate and complete. The living body, whatever quality of life and awareness it contained, was replaced by stone the moment it received the direct gaze. Of the three sisters, only Medusa was mortal. Stheno and Euryale were immortal, could not be killed, would persist regardless of what was done to them. Medusa alone could die. This was both the opportunity and the specific information that Athena had given Perseus. The goal was achievable because Medusa was not beyond mortal death, but achieving it required navigating the specific danger of her gaze. Perseus had what he needed. He had obtained the winged sandals from the nymphs at the ends of the earth. The sandals carried him through the air, gave him the ability to move in 3 dimensions rather than 2, to approach and withdraw from any angle. He had the Pegasus, the special bag that could safely contain the severed head without its gaze operating. He had the helm of darkness, Hades's helmet that made him invisible to anyone looking for him. And he had the harp, the curved divine blade. He had Athena's guidance. And he had the polished bronze shield that Athena had given him, which could function as a mirror, which could show him the reflection of Medusa rather than her direct image. This was the key. The direct gaze turned to stone. The reflection was not the direct gaze. It was an image of an image, mediated by the bronze surface of the shield. Perseus would use the shield to see without looking. Before Medusa, there was the information problem. Perseus needed to know where the Gorgons were. More specifically, He needed to know where the nymphs were who had the winged sandals and the Pegasus and the helm of darkness. And the only beings who knew where those nymphs were the Graeae. The Graeae, the Grey Women, 3 sisters of the Gorgons, ancient beyond calculation, born old in the way that certain divine beings were born already past the specific condition of youth. 3 women with gray hair from birth, gray in the way that the sea is gray in winter, gray in the way that rock is gray, a fundamental grayness that was not the result of aging, but of essential nature. They shared one eye and one tooth between the 3 of them. The eye passed from one to another as needed. When one had the eye, she could see. When she did not have it, she was blind. The tooth passed similarly. At any given moment, one of them was in possession of whatever capacity each had. Perseus watched them. He waited for the moment when the eye was being passed between them. The moment of transfer when one had let go and the other had not yet received. When the eye was in the air between the hands of 2 ancient gray women. He caught it. He had the eye. The Graeae were furious. They demanded it back. They needed it. Without the eye, between the 3 of them, none of them could see. They were in the specific helplessness of beings who depended on a shared resource and had that resource taken. Perseus told them that he would return the eye if they told him where the nymphs were. They told him. He returned the eye. Some sources say he threw it into the lake Tritonis so they could not use it against him before he made his escape. Some say he simply returned it once he had the information he needed. Either way, he left them, and he found the nymphs, and he obtained the sandals and the Pegasus and the helm of darkness and the harp. He was ready. He flew. The winged sandals took him up and carried him through the air. This was the specific advantage that made what followed possible. The Gorgons could turn to stone anything that looked at them directly, but they could not turn to stone something they could not see. And with the helm of darkness, making him invisible and the ability to fly allowing him to approach from above, Perseus had solved the 2 central problems of the encounter. He came to the place at the edge of the world where the Gorgons slept. The mythology gives us a specific detail here that is worth sitting with. He found them asleep. The monsters that had turned so many who had come for them into stone were asleep when Perseus arrived. The specific opportunity that allowed everything to happen, the window in which the impossible became achievable, was the moment when the deadly thing was not active. This is characteristic of the hero's encounter with the monster in Greek mythology. The hero does not win by matching force to force. The Gorgons in their full activity, awake and alert, would have destroyed Perseus as they had destroyed everyone else who had come for them. The hero finds the angle that force does not provide, the specific approach that the monster's specific danger cannot reach. He held up the bronze shield. He looked into it. He saw the reflection of Medusa there, inverted and reversed, the living snake hair moving in the reflection, the face that had turned so many to stone visible in the bronze surface as an image rather than as a direct experience. He moved toward her using the reflection as his guide. His hand found the harp. He struck. The blow was precise. It had to be precise. A Gorgon that was wounded rather than killed was a Gorgon that was awake and angry, and whose gaze was now fully active against the being who had wounded it. There was no room for the almost right. The harp was the specific blade capable of cutting through what Medusa's neck required cutting through, and Perseus swung it with the specific combination of divine inheritance and mortal desperation and the guidance of Athena that the moment demanded. The head came off, and from the blood that poured from the neck of Medusa, 2 beings emerged, born from the Gorgon at the moment of her death. Chrysaor, the golden sword warrior, who would become the father of the monster Geryon that Heracles would encounter in his 10th labor, and Pegasus, the winged horse, the white horse with the divine wings, who sprang from the blood of the slain Gorgon and flew upward into the sky. Pegasus would become one of the most famous creatures in the mythology, associated with the Muses, with poetry and inspiration, with the spring Hippocrene on Mount Helicon that he created with a strike of his hoof, and whose waters were said to give the gift of poetic inspiration to those who drank from them. The winged horse was the mythology's image of creative inspiration itself, born from the blood of the monster at the moment of the hero's triumph. Perseus had no time to watch where Pegasus went. The sound of the blow, the specific sound of the death of one of the three sisters, woke the other two. Stheno and Euryale, the immortal Gorgons, rose from their sleep with the fury of beings who had just lost their mortal sister to a hero they had not seen coming because the hero was invisible. They searched for him. The snakes in their hair writhed and hissed. The bronze hands reached. The gold wings spread. They looked for the being who had killed Medusa, looked with the eyes that could turn anything they found to stone. They found nothing. The helm of darkness worked. Perseus was already airborne. The cabesus closed around Medusa's severed head, the winged sandals carrying him away from the Gorgon's lair at the speed that divine sandals moved. The immortal sisters searched the empty air where he had been. He was gone. He carried the head in the cabesus as he flew back across the world. The head of Medusa, which could still turn to stone anything that saw it directly. The power did not end with the death. The gaze was still operative. This quality was both a danger to be managed and a weapon to be used. He would use it. It would save the woman he was going to find chained to a rock above the sea. It would end the threat of the king who had sent him on this task. It would fulfill the prophecy that had started everything, though not in the way anyone had anticipated or intended. But all of that was still ahead. For now he was in the air above the ancient world, the winged sandals on his feet, the bag with its extraordinary contents, flying from the edge of the world back toward whatever came next. The young man from the rocky island, the son of golden rain, the child that a king had tried to drown in a chest in the sea. He had done the impossible. He was carrying the head of Medusa, and the world ahead of him was not the world behind him. From the blood of the Gorgon, a horse with wings had been born and had flown into the sky. From the same source, from the same blow. The mythology was saying something about what the monstrous contains, about what is born when the thing that has been turning things to stone is finally brought down, about the specific beauty that emerges when something has been maintaining its deadly power for a very long time, and that power is finally interrupted. The monster held the winged horse inside it all along. The hero who found the angle and made the blow and did not look directly at what was going to kill him if he did release what the monster had been containing. Pegasus flew, and Perseus flew, in the same sky, both of them born from the same moment. Perseus was flying home. He was carrying the head of Medusa in the cabesus, and the winged sandals were carrying him through the air above the ancient world. Below him the landscape unfolded as he flew, the mountains and the coastlines and the sea. He was flying over the Ethiopian coast, over the kingdom of Ethiopia that the ancient Greeks placed somewhere at the southern edge of the known world, a place of extraordinary beauty and of people who were said to be the most just and the most beloved of the gods. He saw her from the air, a figure on a rock above the sea, chained. The chains were real, driven into the rock, holding a young woman who stood at the edge of the cliff above the water with no possibility of escape and no possibility of release. She was not dead. She was alive, and she was beautiful, and she was chained to a cliff above the sea, and she was waiting for something to come from the water. Perseus descended. He came closer, and he saw more clearly. The rock was above the sea. The chains were heavy. The young woman was weeping. And in the water below, something was moving. Something large. Something that the mythology described with the vocabulary of the ancient sea monster tradition, the Ketos, the sea creature, the thing that came from the deep water to take what had been left for it. She had been left for it. Perseus landed near the chained woman. He asked her who she was and how she had come to be here and what was happening. Her name was Andromeda, the daughter of Cepheus, the king of Ethiopia, and Cassiopeia, his queen. Cassiopeia had made a mistake of the kind that the mythology recorded with the specific care that it reserved for instructive errors. She had boasted, not simply the ordinary human boasting that expressed pride in the accomplishments of a family. She had made the specific kind of boast that the mythology treated as one of the most dangerous things a mortal could do. She had said that her daughter Andromeda was more beautiful than the Nereids. The Nereids were the 50 daughters of the sea god Nereus, the divine beings who inhabited the sea as its animating presence, who were the specific divine company of Poseidon and the sea itself. To say that a mortal woman was more beautiful than the Nereids was to say that a mortal woman exceeded the divine. It was the specific claim that constituted hubris in the Greek understanding, the claim that a mortal was superior to the immortal, that a human quality exceeded its divine counterpart. The Nereids heard, and they were offended in the way that divine beings were offended when mortals claimed superiority. They went to Poseidon. They asked him to address the insult. Poseidon sent a sea monster, the Ketos, the creature from the deep. It came to the coast of Ethiopia, and it devastated it. The mythology describes the devastation with the vocabulary of divine punishment, the comprehensive ruin that comes when a god has decided that a community needs to experience the consequences of an offense against the divine order. The coast was ravaged. People were dying. The kingdom was suffering. Cepheus consulted the oracle. The oracle told him what had to be done to appease the monster and end the punishment. His daughter Andromeda had to be chained to the cliff above the sea and left for the monster. The community's offense had been the boast of the queen. The payment required was the sacrifice of the princess. Cassiopeia had said her daughter was more beautiful than the divine. The divine required the daughter. And so Andromeda was chained to the rock. The king and queen, weeping and terrified, had done what the oracle required. They had left their daughter on the cliff above the sea, and the monster was coming. Perseus looked at the chained woman, and then at the water below, and then at the chained woman again. He made a decision with the specific speed that the situation required. He landed beside her. He asked if she was free by her own choice or by constraint. She told him everything. The boast, the Nereids, Poseidon, the oracle, the chains. He went to her father. Cepheus was nearby, watching from the shore, waiting in the specific anguish of a man who had done what he believed he had to do and who was now living with the consequence of having done it. Perseus made a proposal. If he killed the monster, would he be given Andromeda as his wife? Cepheus agreed. Immediately, without negotiation, without the specific weighing of conditions and consequences that a king might normally bring to such an agreement. His daughter was chained to a cliff above the sea, and a monster was coming, and a young man who had just flown out of the sky was offering to kill the monster in exchange for his daughter's hand. The answer was yes. It came from the water. The Ketos rose from the sea, the great creature of the deep, the specific monster that Poseidon had sent in response to the Nereids' offense. It was enormous. The ancient sources described sea monsters with the specific vocabulary of things that were too large for ordinary descriptive categories, things that were the size of islands, that moved with the slow irresistibility of things that had no natural enemies. It approached the rock where Andromeda was chained. Perseus rose into the air. He used the same principle that had worked against Medusa. He did not simply charge the monster with the harp. He had the winged sandals, which gave him movement in 3 dimensions that the monster, bound to the water, could not match. He swooped down. He attacked. The monster rose to meet him, lunging upward from the water, trying to take this thing that was diving at it from above. The accounts of the battle vary in their specifics across different ancient sources. Some emphasize the aerial maneuvering, Perseus diving and rising and diving again while the monster thrashed in the water below. Some describe him using Medusa's head against the monster, turning it to stone. Some describe a direct attack with the harp. What all the accounts share is the outcome. Perseus killed the sea monster. The creature from the deep, the instrument of Poseidon's punishment of Cassiopeia's boast, fell into the water and died. The threat to Andromeda and to the kingdom of Ethiopia was gone. Perseus freed Andromeda from her chains. He brought her to shore, and the mythology does not dwell on what the first moments of that freedom felt like, but it is worth imagining. The young woman who had been chained to a cliff above the sea, waiting to be taken by a monster, finding herself instead standing on solid ground. The chains off, the monster dead, the immediate terror ended. She looked at the young man who had come from the sky. He looked at her, and the mythology records that he fell in love with her. Theseus held the wedding feast. He had agreed to give Andromeda to Perseus if he killed the monster. The monster was dead. The wedding feast was the fulfillment of that agreement. Perseus and Andromeda were to be married. But there was a complication. Andromeda had been promised before, to Phineus, her uncle, the brother of Theseus. He had a prior claim, and he was not willing to give it up simply because he had failed to rescue her when she was chained to the cliff and a stranger had come from the sky and done what Phineus had not done. Phineus arrived at the wedding feast with armed men. He intended to take Andromeda back. The mythology gives us a battle at the wedding feast. Perseus fighting against the followers of Phineus, outnumbered, the situation deteriorating to the point where it was becoming impossible to win by ordinary means. Perseus reached into the cabesus. He held up Medusa's head. Everyone who was not prepared for this turned to stone. The mythology describes the specific comedy and horror of the moment. Men turning to stone mid-action. One caught in the posture of throwing a weapon, another with his hand raised. The specific freeze frame of stone capturing whatever the person was doing in the instant the gaze reached them. Phineus saw what was happening. He tried to look away. He tried to cover his eyes. He called for mercy, which was not something he had offered when he arrived with armed men to disrupt the wedding. Perseus gave him a specific kind of mercy. He told Phineus he would not kill him. He would spare him. He directed Phineus's face toward Medusa's head. Phineus turned to stone with his eyes averted, with the posture of a man trying not to look at what was being pointed at him. His stone image preserved that posture, the averted face, the quality of a man trying to escape an outcome that had already arrived. The wedding feast continued. Perseus and Andromeda were married on the coast of Ethiopia, in the kingdom that had been saved from the sea monster, among the guests who had not been turned to stone. They were together. They would remain together. He had come from the sky and found her chained to a cliff above the sea. He had killed the monster and freed her. He had fought off the prior claim of a man who had not been there when she needed someone to be there. They were married, and they would have children whose lineages would run through the mythology for generations. The specific consequences of a young man flying over the Ethiopian coast and seeing a woman chained to a rock, and making the specific decision that the hero makes when he sees something that needs to be addressed and addresses it. The head of Medusa had freed Andromeda. The thing that turned everything it looked at to stone had been the instrument of her liberation. The danger that Perseus carried had been the weapon that saved her. This too was the mythology saying something about the nature of the dangerous things we carry, about how what is deadly in one context becomes protective in another, about the specific way that the hero's burden, the impossible task, and the terrible weapon could be both the source of danger and the source of safety, depending on how it was used and against what. He had carried Medusa's head across the ancient world. He had used it to save the woman he was going to love. The monstrous, in the right hands, with the right purpose, at the right moment, could be the most protective thing in the world. Perseus returned to Seriphos. He came back to the rocky island where he had grown up, the island where the fisherman Dictys had pulled a wooden chest from the sea and found a woman and an infant inside, where he had grown from that infant into the young man who had accepted an impossible challenge from a king who had not expected him to survive it, where his mother Danae had been living for the entirety of the time he had been away. He had been gone long enough for things to change. Polydectes had not expected Perseus to return. He had sent the young man to fetch the head of Medusa because fetching the head of Medusa was something that people did not come back from. The Gorgon at the edge of the world, the creature whose direct gaze turned to stone, the monster that no hero had ever successfully confronted and returned from. Polydectes had been reasonable in his expectation that the task he had set was a permanent solution to the problem of Perseus. He had been wrong. In Perseus's absence, Polydectes had moved toward Danae with the determination of a man who believed the obstacle to his desire had been removed. He wanted her. He had wanted her for years. The son who had stood between him and what he wanted was dead on some beach at the edge of the world, turned to stone by the Gorgon he had foolishly gone to face. Danae had refused him. She continued to refuse him. Whatever his approach, whatever the specific pressure he applied, whatever the combination of royal authority and personal desire he brought to bear, she refused. And Dictys, the fisherman who had found them and cared for them, had protected her. He had interposed himself between the king's desire and the woman the king wanted. He had been the obstacle that Polydectes had not anticipated, the common man whose simple loyalty to the people he had taken in had proven more durable than the king expected. Danae and Dictys had taken sanctuary at a sacred altar, the inviolable protection that the ancient world granted to those who sought refuge at the altars of the gods. Polydectes could not take her from the altar without committing the specific sacrilege that the ancient world treated as among the worst possible offenses. He was circling. He was waiting. He was looking for the moment or the pretext. Perseus arrived. He arrived back on the island with Andromeda beside him, with the cabezus still closed, still containing what it contained, with the winged sandals and the harp and all the equipment of the impossible task he had accomplished. He went looking for his mother. He found her at the altar, the sacred refuge, the specific place that had protected her in his absence. He found Dictys there too, the fisherman who had found them in a chest on the sea 20 years before and who had remained loyal through everything that had happened since. He understood immediately what had been happening in his absence. The picture was clear enough. His mother at an altar in sanctuary. The king's hostility toward Dictys, who had protected her. The specific quality of the situation that told him what he needed to know without anyone having to explain it in detail. He went to find Polydectes. The king was at a banquet. With his companions, the men who had gathered around him as kings gathered men around them. The social world of the royal court in progress, the dining and the drinking and the specific atmosphere of power being exercised and maintained in the company of those who benefited from it. Perseus walked into the banquet. The king saw him. The king who had sent him to die at the edge of the world saw him walk into the banquet hall alive, with the Pegasus at his side. Polydectes was not pleased to see him. His response was not the response of someone who was relieved that the young man had survived. It was the response of someone whose plan had failed, whose scheme had not produced the intended outcome, who was now facing the very person he had been trying to eliminate. He expressed this displeasure. He questioned whether Perseus had actually accomplished what he had been sent to accomplish. He suggested, in the way that people who do not want to acknowledge an inconvenient achievement suggest, that the claimed accomplishment was probably not real, that the head was probably not in the bag, that the young man from the rocky island had probably come back empty-handed and was now trying to bluff his way out of the failure. Perseus looked at him. He reached into the Pegasus. He told Polydectes and everyone present who was not meant to be protected to avert their eyes. The specific warning that the mythology gives us as the prelude to the use of Medusa's head, the moment before the turning. Then he held up the head. Polydectes and the men around him who had not looked away, who had not averted their eyes in time, who had not believed or had not acted on the warning, turned to stone. The mythology does not dwell on the specific details of the transformation, but the image is present in every telling. The king in the moment of his disbelief or his mockery or his hostility, frozen. The court around him, frozen. The specific postures of men at a banquet converted to stone in whatever they were doing at the instant the gaze found them. The stone figures of the king of Seriphos and his companions remained on the island as monuments, not in any formal or commemorative sense, simply as the physical record of what had happened in the banquet hall. Stone men in the attitude of their last living moment. The mythology's specific form of the permanent record. Perseus put Medusa's head away, back into the Pegasus. The weapon recontained. He went back to the altar. He told his mother it was safe to leave the sanctuary. Danae left the altar. She had been in sanctuary because the king had wanted her, and the altar had been the only protection available. The protection had held. She had endured. And now the son who had been sent to die at the edge of the world had come back, and the king was stone. Perseus gave the kingship of Seriphos to Dictys, not to himself. He did not keep the island for himself or establish himself as its ruler. He gave it to the man who had pulled them from the sea, who had given them shelter and care and the specific loyalty of someone who had been their protector through 20 years of living on the same island as a king who wanted to take what they had. Dictys was the right king for Seriphos. He was the kind of man who had found a woman and a child in a box on the sea and had taken them in. He was the kind of man who had protected the woman when the king wanted to take her and had stood between the power of the king and the vulnerability of someone who needed protection. He was the kind of man who made a good king not because of his noble birth or his divine parentage, but because of his character. Perseus gave him the kingship, and he accepted it. Perseus had borrowed the helm of darkness from Hades and the winged sandals from the divine nymphs and the Pegasus from the same source. These objects did not belong to him. They had been lent for the specific purpose of the task, and the task was now complete. He returned them. He returned the Helm of Darkness to Hermes, who returned it to Hades. The helmet of invisibility going back to the god of the dead who wore it when he needed to move through the living world without being perceived. He returned the winged sandals to the nymphs, or to Hermes, who returned them to the divine store from which they had come. He returned the cabesus, and Medusa's head he gave to Athena, the goddess who had guided him, who had told him what he needed to know and helped him understand the approach that made the impossible achievable. He gave her the head of the Gorgon, and Athena placed it on her aegis, the divine shield or breastplate that was one of her primary attributes, where the image of the Gorgon's face would protect her by threatening to turn to stone any enemy who faced her in battle. The head of Medusa, carried across the world by Perseus, ended on the aegis of the goddess of wisdom, the terrible weapon becoming the protective device of the most strategic intelligence in the mythology. Perseus and Andromeda settled in Argos. He returned to the city of his grandfather Acrisius, the man who had built the bronze chamber and thrown the chest into the sea, the man whose prophecy had started everything. Acrisius had heard that Perseus was alive and coming. He fled. He went to the city of Larissa in Thessaly to avoid the encounter that the prophecy had told him was coming. If the prophecy said the grandson would kill him, the logical response was to ensure that the grandson never came near him. Perseus came to Larissa, not to find Acrisius. He came because there were athletic games at Larissa, and he was a young hero at the height of his abilities, and athletic competition was part of the world he inhabited. He threw a discus. The discus went wrong. It went further than he intended, into the crowd. Into the crowd that included the old man who had come to Larissa specifically to avoid his grandson. It killed Acrisius. The mythology gives us this with the specific quality of inevitability that it reserved for the fulfillment of prophecies. The discus went wrong. It landed in the crowd. It killed the old man. It was not intended. It was not planned. Perseus did not know his grandfather was there. Acrisius did not know the young hero throwing the discus was his grandson. The prophecy had said the grandson would kill him. The prophecy had been true. It had always been true. The bronze chamber and the chest in the sea and the years on Seriphos and all of Acrisius's attempts to prevent the future from being what it was had not changed anything. They had produced the chain of events that led to exactly the moment the prophecy had described. Acrisius was dead. Perseus was the instrument of the death. The discus had gone wrong in the way that things went wrong when the deep structure of reality was asserting itself against the human attempts to prevent it. Perseus was devastated. He had not wanted this. He had not known. The death of his grandfather by his accidental hand was not the triumphant fulfillment of a prophecy that he had been working toward. It was the specific tragedy of a prophecy that came true despite the complete absence of intention from anyone involved. He could not rule Argos. He could not take the throne of the city where he had accidentally killed his grandfather. That was not something he could live with. He exchanged kingdoms with the king of tyrants. He ruled Tiryns, and he founded Mycenae, and he built the first great city of the Mycenaean civilization that would eventually produce Agamemnon and Menelaus and the entire apparatus of the Trojan War. He and Andromeda ruled. They had children. The children had children. The lineage of the woman he had found chained to a cliff above the sea, and the son of golden rain who had come from the sky to free her ran forward through the generations of the mythology to produce Heracles, and through Heracles to the line of heroes that would define the heroic age. Perseus had killed Medusa and saved Andromeda and freed his mother and fulfilled the prophecy and founded the civilization. He had done all of it. The son of the golden ring, the child from the box on the sea, the young man who had accepted the impossible challenge and found the angle that made it possible. His story was complete. Bellerophon was a prince of Corinth, the son of King Glaucus, or in some versions the son of Poseidon himself, which would make him a half-divine hero of the same order as Perseus and Heracles. His name, in the mythological tradition, was connected to the killing of a man named Bellerophon, which had forced him into exile from Corinth. He had blood on his hands, not from war or from any heroic deed, but from the specific kind of killing that required purification and exile rather than honor and celebration. He came to the court of King Perseus of Tyrants seeking that purification, the ritual cleansing that the Greek religious tradition required before a man who had shed blood could re-enter the society of other men. Perseus received him. He offered the hospitality that kings were supposed to offer and the purification that was required. And then Perseus' wife Antiae saw Bellerophon. She wanted him. She approached him. She told him what she wanted. Bellerophon refused. He was a guest in the house of Perseus. The laws of hospitality, the specific divine protection that Zeus extended to guests in the homes of their hosts, were among the most sacred obligations in the ancient world. To violate the host's household while enjoying the host's protection was the specific kind of transgression that the mythology treated as deeply wrong. Bellerophon refused because refusing was the only possible honorable response. Antiae went to Perseus with a different version of what had happened. She told him that Bellerophon had approached her, that the guest had attempted to dishonor the household that had taken him in. Perseus believed her, or could not simply disbelieve her, and he faced the specific difficulty of a king who wanted a guest killed, but could not kill him directly without violating the laws of hospitality that he himself was obligated to uphold, the same laws that Bellerophon had honored. You could not kill a guest under your roof. He sent Bellerophon to Lycia with a letter. The letter was addressed to the king of Lycia, Iobates, who was Antia's father. It was sealed. Bellerophon carried it without knowing what it contained. He was carrying the order for his own execution, delivered unknowingly to the man who was being asked to carry it out. Iobates received the letter. He read it. It asked him to kill the bearer. But Iobates had also observed the laws of hospitality. He had feasted Bellerophon for 9 days before opening the letter, and now that he had opened it, he faced the same dilemma that Perseus had faced. The guest he had feasted for 9 days could not be simply killed under his roof. He found the indirect method. He sent Bellerophon on a task from which no one was expected to return. He sent him to kill the Chimaera. Before the Chimaera, there was the horse. Bellerophon needed Pegasus, the winged horse that had been born from the blood of Medusa when Perseus struck the blow. The creature who had flown upward into the sky from the Gorgon's wound, and who had been in the world ever since, moving through the air with the specific freedom of the only winged horse in creation. Pegasus was untamed. No one had ridden him. No one had even come close to the possibility of riding him. He was a divine creature, born from the blood of a divine monster, with the specific quality of something that had not been made for human use and that had not chosen to submit to it. Bellerophon was told, in a dream, to go to the goddess Athena, or in some versions he was told to find the spring of Pyrene on the Corinthian citadel where Pegasus drank. He was given a golden bridle, divine equipment for the specific task of bridling a divine horse. He found Pegasus at the spring. He approached slowly. He held the golden bridle. And Pegasus, who had never allowed any being to place a bridle on him, allowed Bellerophon to place this one. The specific quality of the golden bridle, its divine origin, the fact that it had come from the goddess, made the difference. This was not a mortal trying to tame a divine horse with mortal equipment. This was a hero equipped by the divine world for a specific divine task, and the horse recognized the authority behind the equipment. Bellerophon mounted Pegasus. He rose into the air. For the first time in his life, he was above the world, carried by the winged horse, feeling what it was to move through the sky in the way that gods move through it. The freedom of it, the perspective of it, the specific quality of looking down at the world from the air and seeing its layout in a way that being on the ground never allowed. He was ready for the Chimaera. The Chimaera was one of the great monsters of the ancient world, the offspring of Typhon and Echidna, the two great primal monsters, the beings from whose union most of the mythology's monsters had been born. The Chimaera had a lion's head and a goat's body and a serpent for a tail, and it breathed fire. The fire breathing is the quality that made the Chimaera the specific challenge it was. A monster with claws could be approached with a weapon. A monster with venom could be avoided if you were fast enough. A monster that breathed fire could devastate everything in front of it, could turn any direct approach into immediate catastrophe, could make the ground between the hero and the monster into a burning space that no foot could cross. Except from above, Pegasus made the approach that fire could not address. From the air, from above the range of the fire's horizontal projection, Bellerophon rode the winged horse above the Chimaera and rained down attacks from a direction that the fire breath could not cover. The specifics of the killing varied across the ancient sources. Some described Bellerophon using a lead-tipped spear, driving the lead into the Chimaera's fire-breathing mouth, where the heat of the fire melted the lead and choked the creature. Some described simply the aerial attack, arrows and spear throws from above, until the monster fell. Whatever the specific mechanism, the Chimaera died. Bellerophon returned to Iobates. The king had sent him on a task from which no one was expected to return. He had returned. Iobates was in the same position he had been in before. He could not kill the guest under his roof. He sent him on another impossible task. The Solomoi were a fierce warrior people who had resisted every military force that had been sent against them. Iobates sent Bellerophon against them. He came on Pegasus, fighting from the air as he had fought the Chimaera, using the aerial advantage that the winged horse gave him over forces that could only operate on the ground. He defeated the Solomoi. He returned. Iobates sent him against the Amazons, the warrior women who lived at the edge of the known world, who had organized their society around the exclusion of men except for the specific purpose of reproduction, who were the finest archers and the most disciplined cavalry in the ancient world. The Amazons were not monsters. They were skilled human warriors of extraordinary capability. The encounter with them was different from the encounter with the Chimaera. Bellerophon came on Pegasus. Against the Amazons as against the Solomoi, the aerial advantage was decisive. He fought from above. He defeated them. He returned to Iobates again. At this point, Iobates had sent Bellerophon against 3 impossible challenges, and Bellerophon had survived all 3. The pattern of sending the young hero to his death was not working. The specific quality that made Bellerophon a hero, the combination of courage and the divine assistance of the winged horse, was proving sufficient for everything that Iobates could devise. On the way back from the battle with the Amazons, Iobates had arranged one more attempt. An ambush. The finest warriors of Lycia waiting in concealment. This too failed. Bellerophon killed them all. Iobates looked at the young man who had survived everything he had sent him to. He looked at the record, the Chimaera, the Solomoi, the Amazons, the ambush, and he made the calculation that the mythology attributed to kings who had encountered heroes and learned what heroes were. He decided that the letter from Perseus had been wrong, that a man who could survive all of this was not a man who deserved to die by royal deception, that the gods were clearly on his side, and that opposing the gods' choice was not something a wise king did. He gave Bellerophon his daughter in marriage. He gave him half the kingdom. He welcomed the man he had tried to destroy as a son-in-law and a partner in rule. The indirect attempt on his life had produced, by its repeated failure, the thing it was designed to prevent. Bellerophon, thriving in Lycia, honored and established, married into the royal family. Bellerophon's story does not end with this triumph. The mythology extended it into the specific kind of ending that the ancient world reserved for the hero who forgot what he was. He had Pegasus. He had the winged horse that had carried him above the Chimaera and above the battlefield and above every danger that had been sent against him. He had done things that no mortal had done before. He had flown on a divine horse. He had killed the Chimaera from the air. He had defeated the Amazons and the Solomoi and the ambush of Lycia's finest warriors. And he decided to fly to Olympus, not to visit, not as a guest or as a supplicant, to take his place there, to ascend to the divine heights, because he believed that what he had accomplished entitled him to a place among the gods. The specific pride that the mythology called hubris, the overstepping of the boundary between the mortal and the divine, the claim that a mortal had achieved something that moved them beyond the mortal condition. Zeus sent a gadfly, the same instrument that Hera had used against Io, the divine insect whose sting was maddening, sent to sting Pegasus. Pegasus reared. Bellerophon fell. He fell from the back of the winged horse as it reared away from the sting. He fell from the sky, not to death. He survived the fall, but the fall injured him, lamed him, left him unable to do what he had done. The mythology describes him wandering afterward, alone, injured, avoided by other human beings, searching the earth for Pegasus, unable to find the winged horse he had lost. Pegasus flew onto Olympus without him. The winged horse was admitted because the horse was divine and had always been divine. Bellerophon stayed on the earth because he was mortal and had always been mortal. The distinction was the one he had tried to erase. The mythology would not let him erase it. The hero who flew too high fell back to earth, not punished with death, punished with the long remainder of a life that was diminished from what it had been. The wandering, the lameness, the loss of the companion who had made the impossible possible. He had done everything the mythology asked of a hero. He had faced the impossible challenges with courage and with the specific intelligence that found the angle rather than simply trying to match force to force. He had survived what no one was supposed to survive. And then he had reached for the one thing that the mortal hero could not have, the divine status, the place on Olympus. And he had fallen. Pegasus flew. Bellerophon walked. The winged horse who had been born from the blood of the Gorgon became the carrier of Zeus's lightning bolts, carrying the divine weapon of the king of gods through the sky, the most honored of all divine animals. The hero who had ridden him was somewhere below, on the ground, looking up at the sky where he had once been. This is the specific tragedy of Bellerophon. Not that he failed at the impossible. He succeeded at everything the impossible asked. The tragedy was the specific moment after the success. The moment when the success felt like permission for the one thing it was not permission for. The sky was Zeus's. The horse could go there. The man could not. And the mythology remembered both of them. The hero who fell and the horse who flew. Both of them necessary to the story. Both of them true to what they were, which was the most the mythology ever asked of anyone. Be true to what you are. And if what you are is mortal, know that the sky is borrowed and the flight is temporary and the ground is where you belong when the gadfly comes. The world was waiting for Heracles. This sounds like an overstatement. It is not. The mythology of the heroic age, the full arc of the stories that would define the Greek imagination for the entirety of classical civilization, was building toward the hero who would perform 12 impossible labors, who would hold up the sky, who would free Prometheus from the rock, who would go to the underworld and return. The world of the mythology needed Heracles the way a story needs its central figure. The absence of him would have left something essential unmade. Zeus knew this. The mythology consistently presents the conception of Heracles not as one of Zeus's many casual pursuits, but as something deliberately designed. A specific intention. The greatest hero. The one who would matter most. He chose Alcmene because she was what she was, the most virtuous woman in the world, and he understood that the quality of what he was trying to produce required exactly that virtue as its mortal foundation. He came to her as Amphitryon. We have told this story before in the context of Zeus's loves. But here, in the context of Heracles' birth, the same event carries a different weight. It is not simply the story of a god pursuing a mortal woman. It is the founding moment of the most consequential heroic existence in the mythology. The night that Zeus extended to 3 times its normal length was the night the world's most necessary hero was conceived. Hera knew immediately. She always knew. And this time what she knew was not simply that Zeus had been unfaithful again. Not simply that another mortal woman was pregnant with another of his children. What she knew was that this child was going to be different. That Zeus had announced it. That he had told the divine community, with the specific pride of someone who understood the magnitude of what was coming, that the child being born would be the greatest hero the world had ever produced. He said it out loud. He declared it. He told the gods on Olympus that on this day a child would be born of his lineage who would rule over the great house of Perseus. This was the announcement that Hera could not accept. Not the infidelity, which was chronic. The honor. The declaration that this particular child of this particular infidelity was going to be exalted above others. That Zeus was going to publicly acknowledge this child's extraordinary destiny. That the whole divine community was going to watch this hero achieve what Zeus had said he would achieve. Hera responded with the swiftness of a being who understood that timing was everything. She went to Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth. She arranged the delay. She sat at the threshold with her hands clasped and her legs crossed, and she held back what needed to come forward. And simultaneously, she ensured that another child of Zeus's lineage was born first. Eurystheus, a pale and unimpressive child, born that same day from another branch of the Perseid line. Eurystheus, who would grow up to be the king who assigned Heracles his 12 labors. The specific instrument of Heracles' suffering, born on the same day as Heracles himself, born first only because Hera arranged it, elevated to the rulership that Zeus had announced would go to a child of his lineage that day. The trick was legal in the divine sense. Zeus had said the child born that day of his lineage would rule. Hera ensured that the child born first of his lineage that day was not the child Zeus had intended. The letter of the announcement was fulfilled. The spirit was betrayed, and Zeus, who had sworn it and could not unsay it, was bound by his own words. This is one of the mythology's most precise illustrations of Hera's specific genius. She could not match Zeus in force. She could not prevent what he wanted from existing, but she could work within the structure of his own declarations and his own oaths to produce outcomes that violated his intentions while technically honoring his words. Heracles was born into a world where the king who would make his life impossible had already been positioned by his mother's enemy before he drew his first breath. Galanthus broke the binding. The servant woman who told the lie that startled Eileithyia out of her concentration, who announced what had not yet happened so that it would happen, who was transformed into a weasel for her trouble and is remembered for it 3,000 years later. The binding broke. Alcmene gave birth, and the child who came into the world was everything that the 3 times long night and the divine intention and the most virtuous mortal woman and the king of gods together could produce. He was large. He was strong in the way that divine inheritance expressed itself immediately, the specific quality of divine parentage visible in the body from the first moments. He was alive with the force that would make him the greatest hero the world had known. His twin Iphicles was born shortly after. The mortal child, the son of Amphitryon, who would grow up alongside Heracles and whose lineage would continue in the human world while his twin's lineage continued in the heroic and eventually the divine world. Alcmene was afraid of Hera. She had every reason to be. She had been told who the father of the divine twin was, and she understood what that meant about the attention the child would attract. She exposed the infant, left him outside, in the hope that distance from her would protect him from what Hera would inevitably send. Athena found him, the goddess of wisdom, who had guided Perseus and who would guide other heroes, found the exposed infant and brought him to Hera. She gave the baby to the queen of gods without revealing who he was. Hera nursed him. The mythology records this with the specific irony that it reserved for its most perfectly constructed moments. The goddess who had arranged to make his life impossible, who had delayed his birth to give Eurystheus precedence, who would spend his entire existence trying to destroy him, nursed the infant Heracles at her own breast. He was so strong that he suckled too hard, and Hera pulled him away. The milk that spilled became the Milky Way. The galaxy. The galaxy is the milk of Hera that spilled when she pulled the infant Heracles from her breast, because he was already too powerful for her comfort. And then Athena took the baby back to Alcmene, and Hera understood who he was. The mythology placed the birth of Heracles at the intersection of every major tension in the divine order. Zeus's desire and Hera's honor, divine intention and divine interference, the announced destiny and the arranged obstacle. The greatest hero being born into the world with the greatest enemy already in place before he took his first breath. This was not accidental. The mythology was constructing the specific conditions that would produce the specific quality of Heracles. He was not simply strong. Every great hero was strong. He was strong, and he was specifically, comprehensively, perpetually opposed by a divine being of extraordinary power. Everything he would accomplish against that opposition. Every labor would be made harder by Hera's interference. Every achievement would be won against the active hostility of the Queen of Gods. The mythology understood that the quality of a hero was defined not by what they accomplished, but by what they accomplished against. The difficulty of the opposition was what made the achievement mean something. Heracles against the Nemean lion, without Hera's interference, would be a strong man killing a large animal. Heracles against the Nemean lion with the full weight of a divine being's active hostility behind the difficulty was the greatest hero in the world doing the first of 12 impossible things. Hera made Heracles what he was, not by supporting him, by opposing him with everything she had. And in the great irony that the mythology built into the structure of his existence, even his name acknowledged this. Heracles, the glory of Hera, the hero whose name meant that his fame belonged to the goddess who spent her divine existence trying to prevent him from having any. He would have it anyway. He always did. Close your eyes. Breathe. There are stories that begin in joy and end in ash. Stories where the hero does not fall to a monster or a god or a curse whispered by an enemy. Stories where the hero falls to himself. This is one of those stories. You already know Heracles. You have heard his name spoken in awe, in temples, in the mouths of kings who wished they had his strength. He is the son of Zeus and the mortal woman Alcmene. He is the man the gods themselves feared to challenge. He is the child Hera tried to kill with 2 serpents in a cradle, and even then, even as an infant, he strangled them with his bare hands and laughed. Hera did not forget. She never forgot. Heracles grew into something the world had not seen before and has not seen since. He was not simply strong. He was strength made flesh. He was the idea of power given a face, a voice, a laugh that shook the walls. He could uproot trees without thinking. He could wrestle rivers. He had done both. And he had built a life. This is the part people forget when they tell the story of the 12 labors. Before the labors, there was a life. There was a home. There was a woman named Megara, daughter of the king of Thebes, given to Heracles in gratitude after he saved the city from an oppressive neighboring kingdom. He loved her. He built with her. They had children, 3 sons. The house of Heracles was full of noise and warmth. The great hero sat at dinner tables and listened to his children argue about small things. He watched them sleep. He carried them on his shoulders through the olive groves and told them stories about the stars. This is what Hera could not bear. Not his strength, not his fame, not even his divine lineage. She could not bear his happiness. Madness, in the Greek imagination, was not simply confusion. It was not forgetting. It was the arrival of another self, a self that wore your face, breathed with your lungs, moved with your hands, but did not know you, did not know your children's names, did not know the weight of the years you had lived. The Greeks called it Lyssa, the divine frenzy, the wolf madness, the state where a man becomes something else entirely while still inhabiting his own body. Hera sent it. She sent the goddess Lyssa herself, the personification of rabid fury, down into the mind of Heracles like a stone dropped into still water. Some say Iris, the rainbow messenger, delivered the order. Some say Hera simply reached into the architecture of his mind and tore something loose. However it came suddenly. Heracles was at home. His sons were there. Megara was there. And then the madness arrived. He saw enemies. That is the horror at the center of this story. He did not see nothing, did not simply black out and wake up to ruin. He saw, he perceived, but what he perceived was not real. His children became, to his shattered mind, the children of Eurystheus, the king he despised, the coward who hid in a bronze jar whenever Heracles returned from a labor. He saw enemies. He killed them. His arrows found his sons. His hands found his wife. By the time Athena struck him on the chest with a stone and caused him to collapse into unconscious sleep, the house was silent in the way that houses never recover from. He woke surrounded by bodies. There is a play. Euripides wrote it. It is called Heracles, and it is one of the most difficult things Greek tragedy ever attempted. Not because it is complex, because it is simple. A man wakes up. He sees what he has done. He knows what he has done, and then he must decide whether to continue existing. Heracles, in Euripides, does not rage. He does not try to blame the gods, though he could, though Hera did this to him, though he was not himself when he did it. He wants to die. He asks for death with the quiet, flat certainty of a man who has calculated the future and found it unacceptable. How does a man walk back into the world after this? How does he eat again? How does he speak to another human being and not feel the weight of what his hands have done? He had been the greatest protector in the world. He had protected everyone from monsters. He had become one. This is the moment Theseus arrives. Theseus, the king of Athens, the man Heracles had once rescued from the underworld. He comes to stand beside his friend in the ruins of everything. And Heracles is wrapped in his own robe, hiding his face, unable to look at the man he respects. Theseus refuses to leave. He says something that the Greeks remembered for centuries. He says that the mark of a true man is not the absence of suffering, but what he chooses to do inside it. He says that the gods themselves have committed terrible acts, and still they live, still they rule, still they are worshipped. It is not a perfect argument. Heracles knows it is not a perfect argument. He knows the gods are hypocrites. He knows Zeus is no moral compass. He knows that Hera's existence proves the divine have no particular claim to virtue. But Theseus is there. That is the argument, not words, presence. In the end, Heracles does not die. He goes to Athens with Theseus. He accepts the weight of what has happened and carries it the way he has always carried impossible things, slowly, with enormous effort, without complaint. Some versions of the myth say the 12 labors come after this, that Heracles goes to the oracle at Delphi, broken and searching, and the oracle sends him to King Eurystheus, the very man whose children he hallucinated when he killed his own. He will serve this coward king for 12 years. He will do the impossible 12 times, not as heroism, as penance. There is something almost unbearable about that. The greatest hero in the world, performing his greatest deeds, not in triumph, but in grief. Every labor is an attempt to climb back to something he cannot name. Every monster slain is a step in a staircase that has no visible top. He does not know if there is a top. He climbs anyway. Hera watches. This is the strange, dark irony at the heart of the myth. She wanted to destroy him. She sent madness to unmake him. But what she made instead was the most enduring story in Western mythology. The labors that came from that moment of destruction became the definition of heroism for 2,000 years. She gave him his purpose. She gave him his legend. By trying to end him, she made him permanent. The Greeks noticed this. They could not have missed it. The name Heracles means, in one translation, glory of Hera. He was named for the goddess who hated him. He was defined by her opposition. Every labor is proof that he survived her. Every myth that bears his name is evidence that she failed. And yet, he lost his children. No amount of glory undoes that. No labor redeems it. The myth of Heracles is not finally a story about strength. It is a story about what remains when strength is not enough. When the mightiest hands in the world cannot undo what the mightiest hands in the world have done. In some versions, Heracles eventually reconciles with Hera. He is deified at the end. He ascends Mount Olympus and is welcomed among the gods. He is given Hebe, the goddess of youth, as his divine wife. He sits at the table of the immortals, and Hera accepts him. It is one of the strangest moments in Greek myth. The goddess who devoted centuries to his destruction, who sent serpents to his cradle, who drove him to kill everything he loved, she stops. Why? The myths do not say clearly. Perhaps because he had suffered enough. Perhaps because his deification removed the insult. Zeus's illegitimate son was now a proper god, no longer a reminder of infidelity, but a resident of Olympus. Perhaps Hera, who is above all else the goddess of the proper order of things, could finally accept him once he occupied a proper place. Or perhaps even hatred exhausts itself. Perhaps even gods eventually get tired of a grief that yields nothing. Let the story settle now. Let the image of Heracles sit with you, not the victorious one, muscles bright with the light of triumph. The other one, the one sitting in the rubble of his own house, arms wrapped around himself, unable to look at the sky. That is where the real Heracles lives, not in the labors, not in the monsters, not in the moment of strength, in the decision to stand up again. Sleep now. Let the story do what it has always done, not comfort, but witness. The Greeks did not tell this myth to make you feel better. They told it to make you feel less alone. To say, even the strongest man who ever lived sat in ruins once, unable to move. And then he moved. That is all there is. That is everything. Close your eyes. Breathe slowly. There is a road that leads south from Tiryns, through dry hills and pale grass, toward a valley called Nemean. It is not a famous road. It is not a beautiful road. It is the kind of road that travelers avoid when they can, because of what waits at the end of it. A lion. Not any lion. Something else entirely. The oracle at Delphi had spoken. Heracles would serve King Eurystheus for 12 years. He would complete whatever tasks the king demanded. When those 12 years were done, the oracle promised he would be purified. He would be forgiven by the divine order, if not by himself. He accepted. He did not accept with joy. He accepted the way a man accepts rain, because it is already here, because there is no roof left to stand under, because there is nothing left to do but walk through it. He took his club. He took his bow. He took the lion skin from a lion he had killed years before, long before any of this, back when he was still a young man who believed the world made a kind of sense. He walked south. The Nemean lion was not a natural creature. The Greeks were precise about this. They did not say it was simply a very large lion, a dangerous animal, a hazard for travelers and shepherds. They said it was something born of monsters, offspring of Typhon and Echidna, the great pairing of Chaos and the half-serpent woman who lived beneath the earth and birthed the worst things the world contained. The lion had been placed in the valley of Nemean deliberately, whether by Hera or by fate, or simply by the strange logic of myth that deposits monsters where heroes will eventually need to find them. It was there. It had been there long enough to empty the surrounding villages, long enough that no shepherd grazed flocks anywhere near that valley, long enough that the word Nemean had become a word people said quietly. Its hide could not be pierced. No arrow, no spear, no blade. This was the first thing Heracles learned when he arrived. He tried anyway. He found the lion at dusk. Some say he tracked it for days through the valley, following the trail of silence, the absence of birds, the absence of any living thing that had not fled. The lion announced itself not with a roar, but with the sudden clearing of the landscape. Everything alive had already run. Then the lion emerged. It was vast. That word keeps appearing in the old sources. Vast. Too large for what a lion should be. The proportions were wrong in some way that the eye could not quite identify, but the body understood immediately. Heracles notched an arrow. He shot. The arrow struck the lion's flank and fell to the ground. He shot again. Again. The arrows meant nothing. They bounced away like thrown pebbles. The lion looked at him. There was intelligence in that look, or something colder than intelligence. Recognition, perhaps. The acknowledgement between a monster and the man sent to end it. The lion charged. What happened next is told in different ways. Some say Heracles drove it into a cave with 2 entrances, blocked one entrance with boulders, and cornered it inside. Some say they wrestled in the open field for hours, the man and the creature, neither able to gain a clean advantage. Some say he used his club first, stunning the lion, before closing the distance. All versions agree on how it ended. His hands. He wrapped his arms around the lion's neck and he squeezed. The same hands that had strangled serpents in a cradle. The same hands that had held his children. He held the lion until the vast, unkillable, arrow-proof body went still. It was not quick. Nothing about Heracles is ever quick. That is not his gift. His gift is that he does not stop. He endures the thing until the thing cannot endure him. Then came the problem of the skin. He needed it. He knew immediately, the way heroes and myths know things, through instinct, through some wordless understanding of what a labor requires. The hide that no blade could pierce would make armor that no blade could pierce. The monster's invulnerability would become his own. But how do you skin a creature when every knife slides off? He tried his own blade first. Nothing. He tried a sharp stone from the riverbed. Nothing. Then, the story goes, he understood. He used the lion's own claws. The only thing sharp enough to cut the Nemean lion was the Nemean lion itself. He took the curved claws and drew them along the hide, and the hide opened. There is something worth sitting with in that image. The only way through certain defenses is to use the defense itself as the key. The invulnerability was real from the outside. From within, it yielded. He skinned the lion. He put the hide over his shoulders. He walked back to Tiryns. King Eurystheus was waiting. Eurystheus, small and nervous, who had been given authority over the greatest man alive by the favor of Hera, who lived with the constant awareness that Heracles could crush him without effort and chose not to. When Heracles arrived at the gates wearing the lion's skin, its head draped over his own like a hood, carrying the body, Eurystheus ran. He literally ran. He hid inside a large bronze storage jar sunk into the ground of his courtyard. He shouted instructions through a herald from inside the jar. He would continue to do this for all 12 labors. Heracles returning from the impossible, Eurystheus issuing the next task from inside a jar. The Greeks found this funny. They also found it true. Power and courage are not the same thing. A man can be given great authority and still be terrified of what that authority requires him to face. Heracles stood at the gates with a dead, unkillable lion over his shoulders. He had not spoken about what had happened to his family. He would not speak about it. The grief was there, solid and permanent, somewhere behind everything. Behind the labor, behind the walking, behind the steady mechanical act of completing the task and returning for the next one. The lion's skin became his signature. Every image of Heracles for the next 2,000 years would show him wearing it. The club, the quiver, the lion's skin, that is who he is. That is the image that survived. a man wearing the thing that tried to kill him, carrying it on his back, moving forward anyway. Sleep now. Let the weight of that image rest with you as you drift. The lion that could not be pierced, the man who found the one way through, and the long road back to a king hiding in a jar, while the world waited to see what impossible thing came next. The first labor is done. 11 remain. Close your eyes. Breathe. There is a swamp at the edge of the ancient world called Lerna. The water there is dark and still. The reeds grow thick and yellow at the margins. The ground beneath your feet is soft in a way that makes you uncertain. Is this land, or is this something that only looks like land? The Greeks believed Lerna was an entrance to the underworld. They were not being poetic. They believed it. The Hydra lived in the water. It was old, older than the Labor, older than Eurystheus, older perhaps than the city of Argos that sat nearby and pretended not to know what was in the swamp. It had been placed there, again, like the Nemean lion, deliberately, by forces that wanted something terrible in that particular location. Its body was serpentine, vast, coiling, patient in the way that old things in dark water are patient. But the heads, this is what made the Hydra the Hydra. The heads were the problem. 9 of them. Some say 7. Some say 100. The number shifts depending on who is telling the story and how deep into the telling they are. But the central fact remains. Multiple heads, and the central fact beneath that fact, the fact that made this labor nearly impossible. Cut one off, 2 grow back. Heracles arrived at Lerna with his nephew Iolaus. Iolaus was young, enthusiastic, the kind of companion who believes in the hero completely, who has not yet learned that belief is not a strategy. He drove the chariot. He carried the torches. He watched. Heracles waded into the marsh. The ground gave way beneath him with each step, the water rising to his knees, then his thighs, the reeds closing around him. The smell of Lerna is described in the old sources as overwhelming, sulfurous, ancient, the smell of things that have been decomposing since before memory. Then the Hydra rose. It came up from the dark water the way nightmares surface, not all at once, but gradually, the heads appearing first, weaving, the body following, the sheer size of it making the swamp seem suddenly too small to contain it. Heracles swung his club. He took off a head. 2 grew back. This is the labor that nearly broke him. Not because of pain, not because of exhaustion, though both were present. Because of futility. Because every action made the problem worse. Because effort, raw determined effort, the one tool Heracles had always been able to rely on, was actively counterproductive here. He kept swinging. The heads kept multiplying. At some point in the frenzy of it, Hera sent a crab. This detail appears in the myth almost casually, almost comically. The goddess of Olympus, watching her enemy struggle in a swamp, sending a crab to pinch at his feet while he fought a monster. The crab is small. The crab is petty. The crab is Hera refusing to let even a moment of this be easy. Heracles crushed the crab underfoot without looking down. He did not stop swinging, but he was losing. Iolaus watched from the bank. He was young, but he was not stupid. He could see what was happening. Each severed head became 2. The math was merciless. There was no version of this where Heracles simply kept cutting and eventually won. He thought about fire. The logic was simple and devastating. Cauterize the wound before it can regenerate. Burn the neck stump the moment the head falls. Seal the flesh with heat. Deny the Hydra the moment it needs to split and grow. He gathered branches. He set them alight. He called out to Heracles. And here is the thing about Heracles that the myths keep returning to, the thing beneath the strength and the endurance and the lion's skin. He listened. The greatest hero alive, in the middle of a battle he was losing, heard a young man shout from the bank and stopped to understand what was being offered. He changed his approach. They worked in tandem after that. Heracles swung. A head fell. Iolaus thrust the burning torch into the stump before the flesh could knit and multiply. The wound sealed. The Hydra screamed. 9 mouths, then 8, then 7, and did not regenerate. Head by head. It was slow. It was brutal. The swamp churned around them. The dark water gone darker with whatever ichor bled from a divine monster. The smell of burning flesh mixed with the sulfur of Lerna until the air itself felt like an assault. But it was working, until the last head. The central head was immortal. This was the detail no one had mentioned before the labor began. 8 heads could be killed. 8 heads could be severed and burned and ended. But the 9th head, the one at the center, the oldest one, the one that contained whatever was irreducibly alive about the Hydra, it could not die. Heracles cut it off. It kept moving, kept snapping, kept alive in his hand with a furious, blind, immortal persistence. He buried it. He dug into the marshy ground at the edge of Lerna, and he pressed the still-living head beneath the earth and rolled a great stone over it. Some versions say the stone is still there, that beneath some unmarked place in the Argolid, the immortal head of the Hydra is still moving in the dark, still furious, still refusing to end. The Greeks believed this too. Some things cannot be killed. They can only be contained. He dipped his arrows in the Hydra's blood. This is the detail the myth plants quietly, like a seed in cold ground, that will not bloom for many labors to come. The Hydra's blood was poison, not ordinary poison, not something that fades or weakens. Permanent, absolute. A wound from a Hydra-poisoned arrow would not heal. He dipped his arrows. He put them back in his quiver. He did not know, or perhaps he knew and did not let himself think about it, that those arrows would one day be the end of him, that the weapon he made in the swamp at Lerna would eventually find its way back to his own body through a chain of events too long and too painful to trace here. The poison he took from his enemy would become his own death. But that is another story, and it is far away yet. Eurystheus refused to count this labor. He said it was invalid. Iolaus had helped. The rules, as Eurystheus understood them, required Heracles to complete the labors alone. A helper had been used. A torch had been employed. Therefore, this labor would not count toward the 12. Heracles said nothing, or if he said something, the myths did not record it. Perhaps he was past the point where the opinion of a man in a jar had the power to wound him. He noted that Eurystheus had not gone anywhere near the swamp. He walked back to Tiryns. The second labor was done. Whether it counted or not, the Hydra was gone. The swamp at Lerna was quiet for the first time in living memory. The reeds stood still in the dark water. Somewhere beneath a stone, one head continued. Sleep now. Let the swamp settle. Let the dark water go still. Let the torchlight fade and the sulfur clear, and what you are left with is this, the lesson that Lerna teaches, quiet and permanent. Some problems cannot be solved by force alone. Some heads grow back. You need someone on the bank with fire, and you need to be willing to stop and listen when they call. Close your eyes. Breathe. This labor is different. No swamp. No poison. No heads that multiply in the dark. This labor takes place in open country, in forests and hills, and the long pale light of early morning. And what Heracles is asked to do is not destroy something. He is asked to catch something. That sounds easier. It is not. The Ceryneian hind was a deer. A doe specifically. Female. She lived somewhere in the hills between Arcadia and the river Lernaean, moving through the forests with the unhurried confidence of something that knew it could not be caught. She was sacred to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, the goddess of the moon, the goddess who loved wild animals with a particular fierce tenderness and did not forgive those who harmed them. The hind was hers. She had golden antlers. This detail stops people. A female deer with antlers and golden ones. It is biologically strange, deliberately so, a marker that this creature exists slightly outside the natural order. She was not entirely of this world. She was a border creature, belonging to the wild spaces where divine and mortal territories blur. Her hooves were bronze. She was, the Greeks said, faster than an arrow. Eurystheus had been careful with this one. He could not simply send Heracles to kill the hind. Killing a creature sacred to Artemis would bring the goddess's wrath down on everyone involved, including Eurystheus himself. So the instruction was precise. Capture her. Bring her back alive. Don't harm her. Don't anger Artemis. Bring back a creature faster than an arrow without using an arrow. Heracles stood at the edge of the Arcadian forest and considered this for a while. Then he began to walk. He chased her for a year. A full year. This is the labor that teaches patience. The Nemean lion was strength. The Hydra was adaptability. The Ceryneian hind was something else. The ability to pursue without catching, to stay in motion through all seasons, to follow a trail that keeps moving without ever quite arriving. He tracked her through Arcadia in the heat of summer, through the mountains as the leaves turned, through the frozen passes of winter where her bronze hooves left perfect prints in the snow that were always a day ahead of him, into Thrace, back through Istria, down toward the banks of the Lernaean. He never lost the trail. He never caught her. She was not afraid of him. That is the strange quality the myths give her. She did not flee in panic, crashing through undergrowth, desperate to escape. She moved ahead of him with a kind of serenity, as if she knew the outcome and was in no particular hurry to reach it, as if the chase itself was the point. Perhaps for Artemis it was. A year of walking, a year of sleeping on bare ground, eating what the forest offered, waking before dawn to find the trail again. A year without the labor of combat, without monsters, without the immediate violent release of the last two tasks. Just walking, just following, just being alone with the pursuit and the silence of the forest and whatever a man thinks about when he is walking for a year with nothing to kill. The grief would have been there. It was always there, behind the labors, beneath the motion, in the quiet hours before sleep. 3 sons, a wife, a house that was full and then was not. He could not outrun it. He could not wrestle it or burn it or bury it under a stone. He walked with it, through Arcadia and back again, through all 4 seasons, the hind always ahead, the grief always present, and the man in between, still moving, still following, still here. The capture happened at the river Lernaean. A full year after he began, Heracles stood at the river's edge and watched the hind pause to drink. She lowered her golden antlers toward the water. For a moment she was still. He shot her, not to kill. He was precise, an arrow through both forelegs simultaneously, pinning them together, a wound that would not reach vital organs if the angle was right and the distance exact. He had been thinking about this shot for a year. He knew exactly how to take it. She fell. He crossed the river and lifted her. She was lighter than he expected, or perhaps he expected nothing because no one had ever held her before. The golden antlers caught the light. The bronze hooves were cold in his hands. He turned to walk back toward Tiryns, and found Artemis standing in his path. She was not alone. Apollo was with her, her twin brother, the god of light and prophecy and reason, present perhaps to prevent the confrontation from becoming something worse than a confrontation. The two of them stood in the forest, and the forest was very quiet. Artemis was angry, not the cold, distant anger of Zeus, not the scheming, slow anger of Hera. The anger of Artemis was immediate and clean, like the anger of a wilderness, impersonal, total, concerned only with what had been violated. She reached for the hind. Heracles did not let go. He spoke instead. He told her the truth, that he had not wanted to harm the hind, that he was under a divine obligation he had not chosen, that the wound was precise and would heal, that he intended to return the creature the moment the labor was complete, that he had spent a year in her forest and had not touched a single thing that was hers until this moment, and he had tried to take evenness as gently as he could. He appealed to her understanding of necessity. Artemis was the goddess of the hunt. She understood the relationship between hunter and hunted better than any being alive. She understood that sometimes the chase ends, that sometimes the thing that is caught is then released. She looked at him for a long moment. She let him pass. He carried the hind back to Tiryns. He showed her to Eurystheus, alive, unharmed, golden antlers and bronze hooves, and the particular stillness of a wild creature in human hands. Eurystheus stared from behind the rim of his bronze jar. The moment the presentation was complete, Heracles set her down. She ran, back toward Arcadia, back toward the forests of Artemis, back toward the river Ladon and the open hills where she belonged. He watched her go until the trees took her. The third labor was done. There is something in this one that sits differently than the others. The Nemean lion and the Hydra were about overcoming. Strength, then cleverness, then fire. But the Ceryneian hind was about restraint, about the long discipline of pursuit without destruction, about learning to hold something wild and then open your hands. Heracles spent a year chasing a creature he could not harm. He caught it by waiting for the one moment of stillness. He kept it only long enough to prove he could. Then he let it go. Sleep now. Let the hind run back through the dark forest, golden antlers catching no light because there is no light, just the sound of bronze hooves on soft ground and the particular freedom of a wild thing returned to itself. Some things are only ours for a moment. The wisdom is in knowing when to open your hands. Close your eyes. Breathe. There is a mountain in Arcadia called Erymanthus. It rises cold and forested above the surrounding plain, its upper slopes buried in snow for most of the year, its ravines deep and dark even in summer. Shepherds who grazed their flocks on the lower slopes would sometimes hear something from higher up, a crashing through undergrowth, a sound too large for any ordinary animal. They had learned not to go looking. The Erymanthian boar was exactly what it sounds like. A boar, enormous, tusked, savage, living in the high ravines of Mount Erymanthus and descending periodically to destroy whatever it found in the valleys below. Fields, flocks, farmhouses, people. It was not supernatural in the way the Hydra was supernatural. It did not have immortal heads or divine parentage explicitly named. It was simply a boar that had grown beyond what a boar should be, beyond the scale of the natural world, beyond what hunters with spears and dogs could manage. Size, sometimes, is enough. Eurystheus wanted it captured. Alive. Again alive. The road to Erymanthus passed through Pholo. and in Pholo there lived a centaur named Pholus. This is where the labor pauses. This is where the myth does what myths do. Takes you somewhere you did not expect to go, introduces a character you were not prepared to care about, and then makes you care before it takes them away. Pholus was civilized, in the way that a handful of centaurs were civilized. He lived alone in a cave, kept to himself, received travelers with courtesy. He was the son of Silenus, the old satyr companion of Dionysus, and there was something of that gentle, wine-loving lineage in him. He cooked. He kept a fire. He was genuinely glad to have company. He welcomed Heracles in. He cooked meat over the fire and set it before his guest, and Heracles ate. But Heracles was thirsty. Pholus had wine. 1 jar. A single jar of wine that had been given to the centaurs collectively by Dionysus himself, to be opened only when Heracles came. As if the god of wine had foreseen this exact evening and prepared for it, decades in advance, with the particular knowing generosity that Dionysus specialized in. Pholus hesitated. He knew the other centaurs. He knew what they were like. The wine was communal. It belonged to all of them, and the smell of it, once opened, would carry. But Heracles was thirsty, and the jar had been placed here for this moment. And there is a particular helplessness in possessing something that was clearly meant to be used. Pholus opened the jar. The smell reached the other centaurs immediately. They came from the surrounding hills with clubs and rocks and pine trees torn from the ground, furious at the violation of their shared wine, furious at the stranger in Pholus's cave, furious in the uncomplicated total way that centaurs and myths tend to be furious. Heracles stepped outside. He fought them. He drove them across Arcadia and beyond, all the way to the Cape of Malea in the south, scattering them with arrows and club blows until the ones who survived had run far enough that they would not come back. Some fled to the island of Eleusis, some to the court of the centaur Chiron on Mount Pelion. The fight was not the tragedy. He came back to the cave at Pholo and found Pholus standing over a dead centaur, holding one of Heracles' arrows and looking at it with the expression of a man who has just understood something terrible. The arrow had barely touched the centaur. A graze, perhaps, a glancing wound, but the arrow was dipped in Hydra blood. Even the smallest wound was enough. Pholus turned the arrow in his hands, studying it, trying to understand how something so small had done so much. He looked at the tip. He looked at the dead centaur. He set the arrow down carefully, and it slipped. It grazed his hoof. He was dead within moments. Heracles buried him on Mount Pholo. The mountain still bears the centaur's name in the old stories. Pholus, who opened a jar of wine in good faith and hosted a hero with genuine warmth and died by accident in the aftermath of someone else's battle. He was not the monster of this labor. He was not a monster at all. Heracles stood at the grave for a while. Then he turned and walked back up the mountain. The boar was still there, still crashing through the ravines of Erymanthus, still vast and tusked and indifferent to everything that had just happened in the valley below. The mountain did not know about Pholus. The mountain did not care. Heracles found the boar in the deep snow of the upper slopes. The strategy was simple and exhausting. Drive it upward. Force it higher into the snow, into the drifts where its weight became a liability, where each step cost more than it returned, where size and fury were less useful than cold patience. He drove it. He chased it through the deep snow, shouting, throwing stones, keeping it moving upward until the boar was plunging chest deep through drifts it could not escape, until it was thrashing in place, unable to advance or retreat. Then he waded in after it, He wrestled it. He bound its legs with rope. He lifted it. He carried it down the mountain on his shoulders. When he arrived at Tiryns, Eurystheus was watching from the city walls. They had elevated him to the walls now. A step up from the bronze jar, but the same essential posture. Looking down at Heracles from a safe distance, registering what had been accomplished without being anywhere near it. Heracles held up the bound boar and called out, asking what he should do with it. Eurystheus dove back into his jar. Some sources say Heracles found this funny, that the great hero, carrying a living boar down a mountain after burying a good centaur in the snow, laughed at the sight of a king disappearing into bronze. The myth lets him have that. It doesn't give him much else in this labor, so it lets him have the laugh. The boar was released or sacrificed or simply set loose. The sources disagree, and the disagreement feels appropriate. It was a boar. It was caught. The catching was the point. What stays with the labor is not the boar. It is Pholus, standing in the mouth of his cave with a jar of wine and a genuinely glad expression, cooking meat over a fire, receiving a stranger well, dying because he picked up an arrow to look at it more closely. The fourth labor is officially about a boar on a mountain, but it is really about the cost of proximity to greatness, about what happens to the gentle, well-meaning, curious souls who happen to be nearby when heroes pass through. Pholus did nothing wrong. The world did not notice. Sleep now. Let the snow on Erymanthus settle back into stillness. Let the mountain return to its cold quiet. Let the cave of Pholus stand empty in the dark, the fire gone out, the jar of divine wine finally, fully empty. Some kindnesses end badly. That does not make them the wrong thing to offer. Close your eyes. Breathe. Not every monster is a creature. Sometimes the impossible thing is not a lion or a serpent or a boar with tusks like curved blades. Sometimes the impossible thing is simply a room, a building, an accumulated weight of years that no one has dealt with because dealing with it seemed like too much. And then more years passed, and then it seemed like even more too much. And then enough years passed that it stopped seeming like a problem at all and simply became the landscape. This is a labor about that. King Augean of Elis had cattle, not a few cattle, not a herd in any ordinary sense of the word. 3,000 cattle, some sources say. Others say more. Divine cattle, the offspring of animals with divine lineage, bred across generations on the flatlands of Elis. Enormous and magnificent and utterly, overwhelmingly productive. The stables had not been cleaned in 30 years. 30 years of 3,000 cattle. The accumulation was beyond what the mind easily processes. It was not simply manure, though the manure was vast, architectural in its scale, built up in layers like geological strata. It was the total residue of 3 decades of continuous animal life in an enclosed space. It had stopped being a stable and become something else. A landscape, a monument to neglect. The surrounding fields were ruined. The rivers that ran nearby had been affected. The smell reached the city. Everyone had simply stopped thinking about it. Eurystheus gave Heracles one day. Cleaned the stables of Augean in a single day. This was the labor designed to humiliate, not to test strength or courage or patience or restraint. The previous labors had tested all of those. This was designed to put the greatest hero in the world on his knees in 30 years of filth, shoveling, failing, running out of time. Eurystheus understood optics. A hero shoveling manure is a diminished thing. Even if he completes it, the image remains. You cannot entirely unsee Heracles with a shovel. Heracles looked at the stables. He looked at the rivers. He put down the shovel. He went to King Augean first. This is the part of the labor that surprises people. Heracles negotiated. He made a deal. He told Augean he could clean the stables in a single day and asked for 1/10 of the king's cattle as payment. Augean laughed. He did not believe it was possible. No one believed it was possible. The stables had become a fact of life in Elis. An embarrassment, yes. A nuisance, yes, but as permanent as the hills. If this stranger wanted to spend a day failing at an impossible task in exchange for a theoretical tenth of the herd, Augean was happy to agree. He called his son Phyleus as witness. Phyleus watched the agreement being made. He watched everything that came after. Heracles walked the land around the stables until he found what he was looking for. 2 rivers. The Alpheus and the Punius ran near enough to Elis that their courses could be redirected. Not by digging for months, not by the slow, patient work of civil engineering, by understanding where the water wanted to go, by removing the obstacles that prevented it from going there, by working with the weight and momentum of things that were already moving. He broke openings in the stable walls. He dug channels from the riverbanks to the openings, not long channels, not complex ones, just enough to invite the rivers in. Then he stood back. The Alpheus and the Punius entered the stables. The water did what water does. It found the lowest point and moved toward it. It moved through 30 years of accumulated weight with the total indifference of a natural force, carrying everything before it, pushing it through and out the other side, out through the openings Heracles had made on the opposite wall, back out into channels that ran away from the stables and into the flatlands beyond. It was not immediate. It was not clean or neat or quiet. It was a roaring, churning, brown catastrophe of redirected river and 3 decades of residue. And it went on for hours, and Heracles stood on the bank of the channel he had dug and watched it go. By the end of the day, the stables were clean. The rivers ran back to their courses. The fields would recover, given time. He went to Augean to collect, and Augean refused. He had learned, somewhere during the day, that this labor had been assigned by Eurystheus, that Heracles had not come as a free agent offering a service, but as a man serving a sentence. The deal, Augean argued, was void. You cannot be paid for work you were already compelled to do. The negotiation had been made in bad faith, even if neither party had known it at the time. Heracles argued. Augean was a king with lawyers, or the ancient equivalent, and kings with lawyers tend to win arguments about contracts. He was dismissed. Without the cattle, his son Phyleus was still there. Phyleus had watched the agreement. Phyleus had watched the rivers. Phyleus had watched his father refuse to honor what had been clearly and publicly promised. He stood up and said so. He told his father plainly, "You agreed. It was done. You owe the cattle." Augean exiled him on the spot. His own son, exiled for stating the obvious truth, for refusing to participate in a comfortable lie because the comfortable lie was convenient. Phyleus left Elis and went to the island of Dulichium, and the myth notes this quietly, the way myths note the details that will matter later. They always matter later. Eurystheus refused to count this labor either. 2 now. The Hydra, because Iolaus helped. The stables, because payment had been negotiated. Heracles had accepted terms. He had turned a labor into a transaction. That made it commerce, not heroism. 2 labors that would have to be replaced. The 12 would become 14 to account for them. Heracles said nothing. Or perhaps he said something, quietly, to no one in particular, standing on the bank of a river that had been redirected and then returned to its course, looking at the clean fields of a king who had not paid him and a system that did not count his work. He walked back to Tiryns. Years later, after the labors were done, after everything, Heracles returned to Elis. He killed Augean. He restored Phyleus and made him king of Elis in his father's place. He also, at this time, established the Olympic Games in the Valley of Olympia, not far from where the Alpheus ran. Some sources connect these things: the river, the labor, the games. As if Heracles looked at the land he had once cleaned with redirected water and decided it deserved something lasting. Something that would happen there every 4 years and not be forgotten. The Greeks found this appropriate. The man who cleaned the uncleanable built the games that would outlast everything. Sleep now. Let the rivers run. Let the Alpheus and the Punius find their way back to their beds, back through the dark soil of Elis, back toward the sea. The stables are clean. The fields are quiet. The water has done its work and moved on. This is the labor that had no monster. Only mess. Only the question of whether you are willing to redirect the river rather than pick up the shovel, to look at an impossible accumulation and ask not how do I move this piece by piece, but where does the water already want to go? Sometimes the answer to an impossible problem is not more effort. Sometimes it is just knowing where to make the opening. Close your eyes. Breathe. There are places in the world where the light does not quite reach the water. Lake Stymphalia sits in a hollow in the mountains of Arcadia, ringed by dense forest on every side, the water dark and perfectly still for most of the year. On certain mornings a mist comes off the surface that does not burn away when the sun rises. It simply sits there, patient and thick, until it decides to lift. It is a quiet place, or it was once. The birds had come from somewhere else. The myths are vague about their origins in the way myths are sometimes vague, not because the detail was forgotten, but because it was never the point. They were sacred to Ares, the god of war. They had nested at Lake Stymphalia in numbers beyond counting, so many that when they rose together the sky above the lake went dark. They were not ordinary birds. Their feathers were bronze. Not metaphorically bronze. Not brown and burnished like a hawk's wing in late sun. Actually bronze. Metal. Each feather a blade. Shed and resharpened. Dropped from altitude with the precision of a thrown weapon onto whatever moved below. Their beaks were bronze. Their claws were bronze. And their dung was toxic. It fell on the surrounding farmland and poisoned the soil. Crops failed. Animals sickened. The people of the region had retreated from their fields and were eating less each year as the birds expanded their territory around the lake. Warbirds, sacred to the god who loved nothing except the fact of combat. Heracles arrived at Lake Stymphalia and stood at the edge of the forest. He looked at the lake. He looked at the birds. There were too many. This is the labor where sheer number becomes the obstacle. The Nemean lion was one thing, enormous, unkillable, but one. The Hydra was one thing that became many, but in a contained space, in a swamp, within reach. The birds were a flock, a cloud, a sky full of bronze feathers with no clear center. No single creature to wrestle or trick or redirect. He could shoot them. He was the greatest archer alive. But for every bird he brought down, 10 more would still be circling. He could wade in. The bronze feathers would find him. He could wait. The birds would not leave on their own. He stood at the edge of the forest and understood that he did not have a solution. Then Athena came. She brought him a gift from Hephaestus, a rattle, a bronze rattle, specifically the crotala, a noisemaker used in certain rituals, built by the smith god of Olympus to exact specifications for exactly this problem. Large, resonant. capable of producing a sound that would carry across the lake and into the sky above it. Heracles looked at the rattle. He thought about it. Then he climbed the highest hill overlooking Lake Stymphalia, above the mist line, above the tree line, into the cold, clear air where the sky opened wide above him. He shook the rattle. The sound was enormous. It rang across the valley like something between a bell and a thunderclap, bronze on bronze, and it hit the flock at the lake the way a stone hits still water, a single point of impact that sent ripples outward in every direction. The birds rose, all of them, at once. The sky above Stymphalia went dark with them, the way an eclipse goes dark, suddenly, completely, the light cut off by a mass of beating wings and bronze feathers. The noise of them rising was its own kind of thunder, 10,000 pairs of wings in unison, and beneath the noise the lake's surface shattered into waves from the downdraft. They were in the air, and Heracles was ready. He shot, arrow after arrow, without pause, without hesitation, the mechanical rhythm of the greatest archer in the world working at the problem in front of him with total focus. Each arrow found a bird. Each bird fell into the lake or into the forest below. He could not shoot them all, but he did not need to. This is the logic the labor turns on. He did not need to kill every Stymphalian bird. He needed to kill enough of them that the rest understood they were not safe here anymore. He needed to break the sense of invulnerability that came from sheer number, the collective confidence of a flock so large it had forgotten what it was like to be prey. Bird by bird, he reminded them. The ones he did not kill fled. They flew east, across the Augean, toward the island of Ares in the Black Sea, where they would remain, and where the Argonauts would encounter them, years later, on a different voyage, in a different story. But that is not this story. This story ends with a quiet lake. The mist was still on the water when it was over. Bronze feathers floated on the surface, catching what light filtered through the trees, turning slowly in the currents. The forest around the lake was silent in the particular way forests are silent after a large noise, not empty, but waiting. Heracles came down from the hill. He stood at the shore and looked at the lake. 6 labors now. 6 tasks completed out of 12, or out of 14, if Eurystheus' adjustments held. He was at the middle of the thing, or near it. Behind him, a lion, a serpent with immortal heads, a golden deer, a boar in the snow, an unclean stable. Ahead of him, 6 more. He did not know what they were yet. Eurystheus revealed them one at a time, the way a man who fears what he controls doles out information, carefully, in small pieces, never letting the other person see the whole shape of what is coming. Heracles had learned not to think past the current labor, one thing at a time, one impossible thing, and then the next. The rattle. People forget the rattle. They remember the arrows, because arrows are heroic, because there is a satisfying image in Heracles on a hilltop drawing his bow against a darkened sky. But the rattle came first. The noise came first. The recognition that the birds had to be moved before they could be targeted, that you cannot shoot what will not rise. Athena gave him the rattle. He used it. This is the second labor where the solution required a tool he did not bring with him, a gift from outside himself. The Hydra needed Iolaus and fire. The birds needed Athena and bronze. Heracles, the strongest man alive, the hero the world had been waiting for, he kept needing help. The myths are honest about this. They do not pretend that enough strength solves every problem. Sometimes you need someone to hand you a rattle and say, make noise first. Move the thing, then shoot. Sleep now. Let the lake go still again. Let the mist settle back onto the dark water. Let the bronze feathers sink slowly through the cold depths of Stymphalia, coming to rest on the bottom where no light reaches. The birds are gone. The sky is open. The labor is complete. And somewhere to the east, a flock of bronze-feathered birds is finding a new island, and the world is very slightly quieter than it was this morning. Sometimes that is enough. Sometimes moving the problem somewhere else is the only solution available, and wisdom is knowing the difference between that and giving up. The lake knows. It has always known. Close your eyes. Breathe. You have heard of this bull before. Not in this story, in an older one. In the story of Minos, king of Crete, who prayed to Poseidon for a sign of divine favor and received from the sea a bull of impossible beauty. White as sea foam, perfect in every proportion, a creature that seemed to carry the light of the ocean on its hide. Poseidon gave the bull on one condition. It was to be sacrificed, returned to the god who sent it. Minos looked at the bull and could not bring himself to do it. He kept it. He substituted another bull at the altar and hoped Poseidon would not notice. Poseidon noticed. He always notices. The punishment had been intricate and terrible and had involved Minos's wife Pasiphae and the birth of the Minotaur, that labyrinthine story, that creature half-man and half-bull sealed beneath the palace at Knossos. All of that had begun here, with one king's inability to give back what was beautiful. But the original bull was still alive. After Poseidon cursed it, the bull went mad. It rampaged across Crete, destroying crops, leveling farmsteads, killing anyone who came near. The island of Crete, which had once been the most powerful kingdom in the Aegean, was being systematically dismantled by an animal it could not control. Minos had made the bull. In a sense, his refusal had made it what it was, and he could not unmake it. Heracles sailed to Crete. Minos met him at the harbor. The king was relieved, or appeared relieved, at the arrival of someone capable of dealing with his problem. He offered resources, men, equipment, whatever Heracles needed. Heracles declined. He went alone into the interior of the island. This is the labor that returns to simplicity after the complexity of the first six. No rivers to redirect. No riddled contracts. No divine interference from Athena or Hera. No tools from Hephaestus. No nephew with a torch. Just a man and a bull, and the particular kind of wrestling that the Greeks admired most. The kind where you grab the thing by the horns and you hold on. He found the bull in the central plain of Crete. It was as large as the story said. The bull charged. Heracles stepped to the side and caught it by the horns as it passed. The force of it was enormous. A divine bull at full run is not a weight that can simply be stopped. It is a momentum, a direction that wants to continue, and you cannot oppose it directly. You can only redirect it. He twisted. He used the bull's own force against it, turning the charge into a spiral, pulling the head down and to the side, following the animal to the ground with his full weight behind the movement until the bull was on its side in the dust of the Cretan plain, legs churning against the air, unable to rise. He held it. He held it until the churning stopped, until the animal was still beneath him, exhausted, its great sides heaving, its white hide dark with sweat and dust. Then he bound it. He brought it back to Tiryns across the sea. The crossing is described simply in most versions. Heracles swam alongside the bull, or he built a raft, or he simply guided it through the water by its horns. The details shift. What matters is that the bull arrived alive on the Greek mainland, which was the condition, and that Eurystheus saw it from his walls, and felt the familiar tightening in his chest that came every time Heracles returned from the impossible. He had been expecting failure. He was always expecting failure. He was always wrong. Eurystheus did not want the bull. He had asked for it, technically, but having it standing in his courtyard, even bound, even exhausted, was more bull than Eurystheus wanted anywhere near him. He told Heracles to release it. Heracles released it. The Cretan bull wandered north through the Peloponnese and eventually made its way to the plain of Marathon, near Athens. There it settled into a new rampage. The people of Marathon called it the Marathonian bull, as if giving it a new name changed what it was. It did not change what it was. It would cause trouble there for years, until Theseus, young Theseus, on his way to Athens for the first time, proving himself to a father who did not know he existed, captured it and brought it to Athens as a sacrifice. One bull, two heroes, decades apart, the same animal, moving through history like a loose thread that different hands would pull at different times. There is a smaller story inside this labor that most tellings skip. On his way to Crete, or on his return, Heracles stopped at a place called Anaphistos. He stayed with a man named Proteus, not the sea god Proteus, but an ordinary man with that name, a man who received him with hospitality and without ulterior motive, just a man with a house who fed a hero. Heracles stayed one night, moved on. The myth notes it only briefly, a sentence at most. But these moments accumulate across the labors. Pholus with his fire and his jar of wine, ordinary Proteus with his dinner, the small unnamed people who watched Heracles pass through their landscape and offered him what they had. The great hero moved through a world of ordinary people, and the ordinary people, for the most part, were kind. 7 labors now. The shape of the 12 is becoming visible. The first 4 were in Greece, the Peloponnese, Arcadia, the Greek mainland. The 5th was in Elis. The 6th by a mountain lake. The 7th required crossing the sea. They are getting farther. The world is getting larger. Eurystheus, who has not left Tiryns for any of this, who has experienced all 7 labors from behind walls or inside a jar, is running out of places in the known Greek world to send him. The next labors will go further, east, north, to the edges of what the Greeks considered civilization, and then beyond those edges. He is going to send Heracles to the ends of the earth, because he cannot think of what else to do, because Heracles keeps coming back. Sleep now. Let the Cretan plain go still. Let the white bull lie quiet in the dust, sides rising and falling, the madness Poseidon planted in it temporarily interrupted by the weight of 2 hands on its horns. There is something in this labor that asks a simple question. When you are given something beautiful, truly, unexpectedly, luminously beautiful, and the condition is that you cannot keep it, can you let it go? Minos could not. That one refusal unmade everything. The bull, the curse, Pasiphae, the Minotaur, the labyrinth, 20 years of tribute from Athens in the form of children. All of it. From one king who looked at something perfect and decided the rules did not apply to him. Hold things gently, even the beautiful ones, especially those. Close your eyes. Breathe. The labors are moving north now, past the familiar mountains of the Peloponnese, past Arcadia and its forests, past the northern shore of the Aegean, into Thrace, into a country the Greeks regarded with a particular unease, not quite barbarian, not quite civilized, a land of hard winters and harder men, where the gods were worshipped differently and the rules of hospitality that held the Greek world together were observed more loosely. Thrace was where Ares was most at home. That should tell you something. Diomedes was a king, not the Diomedes of the Trojan War. That is a different man, a hero of a later generation. This Diomedes was king of the Bistones, a Thracian tribe, and he had horses. 4 of them, Mares specifically, named, in the sources that bother to name them, Podargos, Lampon, Xanthos, Danos. Bright foot, shining, yellow, terrible. The names are a poem of warning in themselves. They were divine horses, the offspring of Ares and one of the wind spirits, born with fire in their blood and iron in their temperament. Magnificent beyond description, the Greeks conceded this, even as they described what the horses did. They ate men. Diomedes fed them human flesh. Travelers who came to his kingdom expecting the basic protection of a guest-host relationship, the sacred Xenia that held the Mediterranean world in a kind of fragile civilization. Those travelers were seized by Diomedes' men, bound in chains, and fed to the Mares. Not because the horses required it, exactly, because Diomedes enjoyed it. Heracles sailed north with a small company of volunteers. This is different from most of the labors. He did not go alone this time, and the myth is specific about why. Thrace was far, the Bistones were numerous, and Diomedes had an army. This was not a labor that could be solved by one man wrestling one creature. It required moving 4 horses from a fortified stable across hostile territory to the sea. Logistics, in other words. Among the volunteers was a young man named Abderus. He was from Opus. He was young enough that the sources describe him with the particular gentleness reserved for the young in myths. Briefly, warmly, in the way you describe someone whose death has already been decided before the story begins. He was Heracles' companion. He was dear to him. They arrived in Thrace and found the stables. The Mares were everything the story said. They stood taller than ordinary horses, their eyes showing too much white, their movements carrying the jittery, barely contained energy of animals that have learned to associate humans with food. They pulled at their chains with a casual strength that bent the iron links slightly with each pull. Heracles fought his way to them. He killed the guards. He broke the chains. He drove the Mares out of the stable and toward the coast, toward the ships, covering the ground as fast as 4 enormous maddened horses could be driven. And then Diomedes came with his army. Heracles made a decision. He handed the Mares to Abderus. "Hold them," he said. "Keep them together. Keep them moving toward the shore. I will deal with the army." He turned to face the Bistones. What followed is not described in great detail in most sources. Heracles against a Thracian army is not a contest that requires extensive narration. He drove them back. He killed Diomedes himself, and in some versions did to the king what the king had done to his guests, fed him to his own horses. There is a particular justice in the Greek imagination for this kind of ending. The instrument of your cruelty becomes the instrument of your punishment. The thing you used against others finds its way back to you. Diomedes had fed travelers to his Mares. The Mares fed on Diomedes. The Greeks found this satisfying. Heracles turned back to the shore. Abderus was gone. The Mares had killed him. The young man from Opus, holding 4 divine man-eating horses at the edge of the sea, had not been strong enough to hold them. The horses had done what horses fed on human flesh do when an insufficiently strong hand is holding their reins. He found what was left. The myth does not linger on this moment. It records it plainly, the way a stone records a carving, without inflection, without commentary, presenting the fact and allowing the weight of it to be felt without assistance. Heracles buried Abderus. He founded a city on the site and named it Abdera after the young man. Abdera, a whole city, named for a companion who died because he was handed something too dangerous for him to hold while the hero went to do the heroic thing. The gesture is enormous and insufficient simultaneously. Cities outlast grief. Cities are what you build when you cannot undo what has been done, but you cannot simply walk away either. You mark the place. You make it permanent. You say, here, this happened here. This person existed. Heracles built a city for his grief. Then he put the mares on the ship. The horses were calmer after Diomedes. Some versions say they became gentle after eating their master, as if the violence that had been cultivated in them was specifically his violence, his appetite, and with his death it left them. They became ordinary horses, magnificent, divine in their lineage, but no longer dangerous. Others say they remained what they were, that Eurystheus, upon receiving them, was so frightened that he released them immediately, and they ran north into the wild, eventually to be killed by wolves on the slopes of Mount Olympus. Either way, they are gone. Either way, Abdera remained. 8 labors now. The world has expanded enormously from the valley of Nemean, where all this began, from the swamp at Lerna, from the cold hills of Arcadia. Heracles has been to Crete, to the lake at Stymphalia, to the stables of Elis, and now to the northern edge of the known world in Thrace. For more to go, and each of the remaining 4 will go further still, to the Black Sea, to the far western edge of the earth, to the garden at the end of the world, and finally down beneath it, down into the place no living man had returned from. But that is ahead. For now there is a ship sailing south from Thrace, loaded with 4 divine horses that may or may not still want to eat people, crewed by men who have survived the Bestones and are quietly grateful to be heading home. And Heracles at the prow, looking south, not thinking, perhaps, about anything except the feel of the wind and the sound of the water and the particular exhaustion that comes after violence that was necessary and a grief that has no resolution. A city named Abdera is behind him. He will not go back. Sleep now. Let the Thracian shore disappear into the dark behind the ship. Let the mares stand quiet in the hold, their breathing slow, the wildness in their eyes dimmed to something almost ordinary. Some things that are made dangerous can be unmade. Some cannot. The wisdom is not always in knowing which is which before you reach for the reins. Sometimes you only find out after. And sometimes the cost of finding out is a name carved into a city on a foreign shore, permanent and insufficient, standing at the edge of the sea where a young man from Oedipus held something too dangerous for too long and did not let go. Abdera, remember the name. Close your eyes. Breathe. This labor begins with a girl's wish. Eurystheus had a daughter named Admete. She had heard stories. Everyone had heard stories about the Amazons, the warrior women who lived beyond the Black Sea at the edge of the known world. And she had heard specifically about Hippolyta, their queen, and about the belt Hippolyta wore, the belt of Ares, a gift from the god of war to the queen of his favorite warriors. Not decorative, or not only decorative, it was a mark of authority, of divine favor, of the particular status that came from being chosen by a god as the finest exemplar of what that god valued. Admete wanted it, the way young people in myths want things, completely, without much thought for what the wanting would cost. Her father, who lived in a jar and was afraid of everything, sent Heracles to get it. The Amazons. The Greeks thought about them constantly and uncertainly. They were real, in the sense that the Greeks genuinely believed in them. a nation of warrior women living somewhere to the northeast, beyond the Caucasus, near the shores of the Black Sea. They appeared in the Trojan War. They appear in the myths of Theseus, of Bellerophon, of Heracles. They are too consistent across too many stories to be simply invented. Modern archaeology has found their graves in the steppes of Eurasia. Scythian women buried with weapons, with horses, with the evidence of lives spent in combat. The Greeks were not entirely wrong. But the Greeks also needed the Amazons to be a certain kind of story, a story about inversion, about a world where the expected order was reversed, where women fought and hunted and ruled, where men were kept for reproduction and little else, where the queen wore the belt of the war god and led armies into battle. The Greeks found this fascinating and disturbing in equal measure. They kept returning to it. Heracles sailed to the Amazon lands with a crew. Among them, on this voyage, was Theseus of Athens. Young Theseus, ambitious Theseus, who would have his own entanglements with the Amazons in the years ahead. He came along the way young heroes came along on legendary expeditions, to learn, to prove himself, to be present at the kind of event that becomes a story. They sailed through the Hellespont and across the Black Sea to Themyscira, the Amazon capital, at the mouth of the river Thermodon. And Hippolyta came down to the ship. This is the moment the labor almost resolves peacefully. Hippolyta was curious. She had heard of Heracles, who had not, and she came to the harbor to see him in person, the way you go to see a wonder before it leaves. They spoke. He told her what he had come for. He explained Admedes' wish, Eurystheus' command, the labor he was under, and Hippolyta agreed to give him the belt. Just like that. She looked at this man, this laboring hero moving through the world under a divine obligation he had not chosen, and she decided to simply give him what he had come for. Perhaps she found him worthy. Perhaps the belt had been a burden as much as an honor. Perhaps she was pragmatic in the way that queens of warrior nations sometimes are, picking battles carefully, recognizing when something is not worth the cost of fighting over. She agreed. She would give him the belt. Hera was watching. Hera came down among the Amazon women in disguise. She moved through their camp, spreading a rumor. Heracles was not here for the belt. She whispered. He was here to kidnap their queen, to take Hippolyta and carry her back to Greece as a captive. Look at his ships. Look at his crew. Does this look like a man who came to ask politely? The rumor moved fast. Warrior women who have spent their lives defending their autonomy do not receive rumors of kidnapping slowly. The Amazons armed themselves. They rowed toward the ship. Heracles saw them coming in battle formation and drew the only conclusion available to a man who has just been told he can have what he came for and then watches an army advance on him. He assumed treachery. He killed Hippolyta. He took the belt. The battle that followed was significant and brief and terrible. The Amazons fought the way the Greeks had always said they fought, with skill, with fury, with the discipline of women who had trained for nothing else their entire lives. But Heracles and his crew held the ship, and eventually the Amazons fell back, and the ship sailed. With the belt. Without Hippolyta. The queen who had agreed to give him what he came for died because a goddess whispered a lie at exactly the right moment. Because trust, extended genuinely and without guile, ran into the machinery of divine interference and was destroyed before it could complete its gesture. Hippolyta had done nothing wrong. She had decided to be generous. It killed her. The Greeks told this story without apparent discomfort at its injustice. But the injustice is there, sitting in the center of it, undeniable if you look at it directly. Hippolyta appears in this myth for less time than almost any other significant figure in the Labors. She comes to the harbor. She speaks. She agrees. She dies. She is a casualty of Hera's hatred of Heracles. She is collateral damage in a divine grudge that has nothing to do with her. Her name means something like she who lets horses run loose. A name for a queen of riders, of women who lived on horseback in the open steppe, free and fast and difficult to contain. She came to the harbor freely. She will not ride back. The belt was delivered to Admete. The myth does not tell us what Admete thought of it when she held it, whether it felt like what she had imagined, whether the wanting and the having matched each other in any satisfying way. It rarely does. A princess in Tiryns wanted a beautiful thing from a distant land. The wanting set a chain of events in motion that ended with a queen dead on the shore of the Black Sea. The beautiful thing arrived. It was placed in a girl's hands. Somewhere in the steppe, the Amazons built a funeral. Theseus brought something back too. An Amazon woman. Some say he captured her in the battle. Some say she came willingly. Some say her name was Antiope, Hippolyta's sister. The stories blur here, as stories about Theseus tend to blur, as if the man himself was too large and contradictory to be contained in clean narrative. She would go back to Athens with him. She would bear him a son named Hippolytus, and the Amazons would come to Athens years later for war for her, or for the principle of her, for what her taking represented. But that is Theseus's story, and it belongs to a later chapter. For now the ship sails south. The belt is in the hold. The Black Sea shrinks behind them. 9 labors. The pattern is visible now. Each labor has asked Heracles for something different. Strength, adaptability, patience, cleverness, endurance, restraint. And now, this labor, something the myth doesn't quite name directly but points it clearly. The ability to be present at an injustice you could not prevent, to carry the result of it anyway, to deliver the belt to the girl who wanted it and not explain what it cost, because the explaining would serve no one, and the girl did not ask what it cost, and the cost was paid by someone who is no longer here to speak. He carried the belt. He delivered it. He walked away. Sleep now. Let the Black Sea settle back into its darkness. Let the river Thermodon run quiet through the empty camp at Themyscira. Let the horses of the Amazons stand still on the steppe in the long grass, waiting for riders who will come, eventually, from a different direction. There is a particular grief in this labor that has no heroic frame. No monster was defeated. A queen was killed by a misunderstanding engineered by a goddess. A belt changed hands, and the world moved on, the way the world moves on, without pausing to account for what was lost at the harbor on the day that trust was offered and a goddess decided she could not allow it to be accepted. Some losses have no monument. Some names deserve more than the story gave them. Hippolyta, she let horses run loose. She came to the harbor freely. Remember that. Close your eyes. Breathe. This labor goes to the end of the world. Not metaphorically. The Greeks had a specific place in mind, the far western edge of the known earth, where the sun descended into the ocean each evening and the land beyond had no name because no one had returned from it to give it one. They called it Erythea, the Red Island, named for the color of the sky there at the end of every day, when the sun touched the horizon and everything turned the color of blood. That is where Geryon lived. That is where Heracles was going. Geryon was a giant, but giant does not capture it. The Greeks had a specific word for what Geryon was. He was 3-bodied, 3 torsos joined at the waist, 3 heads, 6 arms, 3 pairs of legs, or in some versions, 3 complete men fused together from the hips down into a single terrible unity. The grandson of Medusa, the son of Chrysaor, born from the blood that fell when Perseus took her head. He was the most powerful mortal being in existence. Some sources say he was more powerful than any mortal being had ever been or would be. He had cattle, red cattle, matching the red island, matching the red sky. A herd of enormous, divine, impossibly beautiful animals that grazed the fields of Erythea under the guard of a herdsman named Eurytion and a 2-headed dog named Orthrus, the brother of Cerberus, born of the same pairing of Typhon and Echidna that had produced the Nemean lion and the Hydra and the worst things in the world. Eurystheus wanted the cattle. Heracles turned west and began walking. The journey, there was the labor. This is what distinguishes the 10th task from all the others. The fight with Geryon, when it finally comes, is almost brief, violent and definitive, but brief. What the myth lingers on is the road, the impossible distance, the crossing of the known world from east to west, through lands that had no roads, through peoples who had never seen a Greek, across mountains and deserts, and the long empty stretches between one place and the next. He walked through Libya. He walked through the land that would later be called Spain. He walked through the place where the Mediterranean ends and the ocean begins, the strait between 2 mountains, the place the Greeks called the Pillars of Heracles, which the modern world calls the Strait of Gibraltar. He put those pillars there. 2 mountains stood at the edge of the Mediterranean, one on each shore. Heracles tore them from where they were and moved them, placing them as markers at the entrance to the outer ocean. Some versions say he raised them. Some say he reduced them, narrowing a wider passage into the strait that exists today. The purpose was the same, to mark the boundary, to say here is the edge of the known world. Beyond this, there is only ocean. He set up those pillars and then sailed beyond them anyway. The outer ocean was different from the Mediterranean. The Greeks knew this intellectually. The tides, for one thing, the rise and fall that the tideless Mediterranean never showed them, was evidence of something vast and different beyond the strait. The ocean moved. The ocean breathed. It was not a sea enclosed by familiar shores, but something without visible limit, stretching west and north and south into distances that had no names. The sun was crossing above him. It was hot, impossibly, unbearably hot. The sun's chariot passing directly overhead as he sailed west across the outer ocean, following its course. The heat became intolerable. Heracles, in a moment the Greeks clearly found both transgressive and magnificent, stopped walking and raised his bow toward the sun. He threatened Helios. He drew his arrow and aimed at the sun god in his chariot and dared him. Helios, to his credit, laughed. He found this remarkable rather than offensive, the audacity of a mortal aiming at the sun, the particular quality of Heracles that could not be intimidated even by things that should be entirely beyond challenge. He gave Heracles his golden cup, the great bowl in which Helios sailed back across the ocean each night, returning from west to east beneath the world to rise again in the morning. Heracles used it as a boat. He sailed to Erythea in the cup of the sun. He arrived at dusk, when the sky was the color the island was named for. Orthrus came first. The 2-headed dog, brother of Cerberus, charged out of the red evening, and Heracles killed it with his club in a single blow. Then Eurytion the herdsman, and Heracles killed him too. Then Geryon. He came from behind a headland, all 3 of his bodies in motion simultaneously, 6 arms holding weapons, three faces set with the particular expression of someone who has just learned that his herdsman and his dog are dead and has decided on the appropriate response. They fought. The details vary. In the version Stesichoros told, fragments of which survived 2,500 years to reach us, which is itself a kind of miracle, Heracles shot Geryon with an arrow. One arrow that passed through all three bodies simultaneously, through the shared flesh where the three forms were joined. Three bodies, one arrow, one death. The Red Island went quiet. Heracles gathered the cattle and began the journey home. The return was longer than the outward journey. He drove the cattle back across the known world on foot, through Spain, through the south of France, through Italy, down through Sicily, along the north coast of Africa, across the land bridge into Greece. The journey took years, or felt like years, the cattle moving at the pace cattle move, which is the pace of patience tested to its absolute limit. Things went wrong along the way. They always go wrong on the long road home. In Italy, a giant named Cacus stole some of the cattle while Heracles slept, dragging them backward by their tails into his cave so the hoofprints pointed the wrong direction. Heracles tracked them by the sound of their lowing, tore the top off the cave, killed Cacus. In what would become Scythia, Heracles lost some horses and found them eventually in the keeping of a serpent woman, half human, half snake, who had taken them. She would give them back, she said, if he stayed with her. He stayed. They had children together. He recovered the horses and left, and the children became the ancestors of the Scythian people. The world kept reaching up and pulling at the edges of the journey. He kept walking. In the region of Thrace, one of the bulls escaped and swam to the island that would later be called Bosporus, the ford of the bull, which is how that strait received its name. Near the Ionian Sea, Hera sent a gadfly. She sent it into the herd the way she sent everything into Heracles' life, precisely, maliciously, at the moment of greatest vulnerability. The gadfly scattered the cattle across Thrace. Heracles spent months rounding them up, tracking individual animals through unfamiliar country, losing and finding them by turns. By the time he reached Tiryns, years had passed since he left. He drove the cattle through the gates. Eurystheus sacrificed them to Hera. Of course he did. Heracles stood in the courtyard of Tiryns and watched the cattle he had walked to the end of the world to collect, driven across 3 continents, defended from giants and serpent women and a divine gadfly, sacrificed to the goddess who had made his life what it had become. The Greeks recorded this without irony, or perhaps with perfect irony, and trusted us to feel it. 2 labors left. 2 more impossible things before the 12, or 14, were complete. He had been walking for years now. The labors had taken him from Nemean to Lerna to Arcadia to Elis to Crete to Thrace to the Black Sea to the end of the world and back again. He had killed more monsters than any man alive. He had redirected rivers, outwitted kings, navigated divine politics, buried friends. He had not stopped. He would not stop. Sleep now. Let the red island fade into the darkness of the outer ocean. Let the sun's cup float back east beneath the world, carried on currents no living eye has seen, returning to rise again in the morning the way it always has, the way it always will. The cattle are gone. The journey remains. Not the miles. Those are over. Those are behind him, ground down to dust beneath his feet across 3 continents. The other journey, the one that started in the ruins of a house in Thebes and has no clear destination and no oracle telling him when it ends. He walked to the end of the world. He came back. He is still here. That, sometimes, is the whole of the labor. Close your eyes. Breathe. There is a garden at the end of the world. Not the same end as Erythea. Mythology has many ends, many edges, many places where the known dissolves into the unknown. This garden is further still, or differently far, located in a region the Greeks placed somewhere beyond the Atlas Mountains, beyond the Western Ocean, in the space where geography surrenders to the imagination. The Hesperides tend it. 3 daughters of the evening. Their name means daughters of the west, daughters of the sunset. They live in the garden at the edge of the world, and they sing. And the singing is described as the most beautiful sound a mortal ear could hear. And they guard the apple tree. The golden apple tree, a wedding gift from Gaia to Hera, planted at the beginning of the world, bearing fruit that gleamed like captured sunlight, fruit that conferred immortality on whoever ate it. Eurystheus wanted the apples, the most precious things in existence, growing in a garden at the end of the world, guarded by the daughters of the sunset and by a serpent that never slept. 11 labors in. One more after this. Heracles turned west again. He did not know where the garden was. This is the first problem, and it is not a small one. You cannot walk to a place you cannot find. You cannot fight a serpent you cannot locate. The Garden of the Hesperides was not on any map. It existed in the space beyond maps, the space that the Greeks filled with sea monsters and ocean currents and the absence of certain knowledge. He needed directions. The myths are specific about this. Heracles was told to find Nereus, the old man of the sea, who knew where everything was and would tell you if you could hold him long enough. Nereus was a shapeshifter. He changed form when held, becoming fire, becoming water, becoming a series of animals in rapid succession, each transformation an attempt to slip free. He was not malicious. He was simply old and slippery in the way that very ancient things are slippery, reluctant to be pinned down, resistant to the fixed demands of those who needed simple answers from a world that preferred complexity. Heracles found him sleeping on a shore. He grabbed him. He held on through every transformation, through fire and flood and lion and serpent and whatever else Nereus became in his panic, until the old god stopped changing and gave him what he needed. The directions to the garden. West. Always west. Past the Atlas Mountains. Past the outer ocean. Follow the sunset until there is no more sunset to follow and you arrive somewhere that does not have a name. On the way he found Prometheus. He had been there for a long time. Prometheus, the titan who stole fire from the gods and gave it to humanity. Zeus's punishment had been absolute and architectural. Chained to a rock in the Caucasus Mountains, an eagle arriving each day to eat his liver, the liver regrowing overnight, the eagle returning in the morning. Eternal, precise, a punishment designed not to kill but to continue, to teach through repetition what the transgression had cost. He had been there since before Heracles was born. Heracles looked at the eagle. He shot it. He broke the chains. He freed Prometheus. The myth presents this almost in passing, as a thing Heracles did on his way to somewhere else, a side labor, an interruption in the main journey. But what he did was end one of the great punishments of the divine order. He freed the Titan who gave humanity fire. He walked past the most famous ongoing suffering in Greek mythology and simply stopped it, because it was wrong, not because it was his assignment, not because Eurystheus told him to, not because there was a reward or a credit toward the labors, because a creature was suffering and he had the means to stop it. Prometheus told him something in gratitude. He told him not to go to the garden himself. He told him to send Atlas instead. Atlas stood at the edge of the world holding up the sky. He had been doing this since the end of the Titanomachy, since Zeus had defeated the Titans and distributed punishments. His was this, to stand at the western edge of the earth and hold the heavens from crushing the ground, forever, his arms above him, the weight of the sky pressing down on his shoulders for eternity. The Hesperides were his daughters. He knew where the garden was. He could walk to it. He could take the apples from his own daughters with less violence and less danger than a mortal hero fighting through divine guardianship. Heracles offered him a trade. "Hold the sky for a while," he said. "I will hold the sky, and you will go to the garden and bring back the apples, and when you return I will take the weight back." Atlas agreed. The transfer of weight is described in sources as a physical negotiation. Heracles positioning himself, finding the point of balance, receiving the sky gradually as Atlas shifted the load. The weight was not metaphorical. It pressed down. It had to be actively held. He stood there, holding the sky, alone at the edge of the world with the sky on his shoulders and the sound of the Hesperides singing somewhere in the distance. He waited. Atlas came back with the apples. He stood in front of Heracles holding 3 golden apples and looked at the sky on the other man's shoulders and felt something he had perhaps not felt in a very long time. Relief. He told Heracles he had changed his mind. He would take the apples to Eurystheus himself. Heracles could stay. Heracles could hold the sky indefinitely, as Atlas had held it, while Atlas walked free in the world for the first time since the Titans fell. He was not cruel about it. He was simply honest. He had been holding the sky for longer than most things in the world had existed, and the absence of it, even briefly, had reminded him of what it felt like to not hold the sky. He did not want to go back. Heracles considered this. He said, "Yes, I understand. But before you go, take the sky back for just a moment while I put something on my shoulders to make the weight more bearable. A pad, a cushion, just for a moment." Atlas, who had carried the sky for an eternity and understood exactly what Heracles meant about the need for padding, set the apples down and took the sky back. Heracles picked up the apples and walked. This is the labor the Greeks loved most, in a particular way. Not for the combat, there was almost none. Not for the endurance, though Heracles held the sky. For the trick. For the moment where the hero outthought a Titan, using nothing except the Titan's own longing. Atlas wanted to be free. Heracles used that one against him. The myth does not ask us to feel bad for Atlas. He was trying to trap Heracles. He was going to leave him there, a mortal man holding the sky at the edge of the world while eternity passed. But it also does not entirely let us celebrate. Because Atlas's want was real. Because the weight was real. Because the longing of something that has been carrying too much for too long is not a weakness to be exploited. It is a truth to be recognized. Heracles recognized it, and used it, and walked away. The apples went to Eurystheus. Eurystheus gave them to Athena. Athena returned them to the garden. Golden apples that confer immortality cannot remain in the hands of mortals, cannot sit in a king's treasury being possessed. They belong to the garden. They had always belonged to the garden. They were taken, delivered, and returned, and the whole elaborate labor was in some sense a demonstration of the futility of trying to keep divine things in mortal hands. The garden has them still. The Hesperides are still singing. The serpent that never sleeps is still coiled around the roots of the tree. Some things cannot be kept, only borrowed, only carried briefly through the world before being returned to where they came from. 11 labors done. One remains. Heracles has been to the end of the world twice now. He has walked every road the Greeks knew and several they did not. He has shot the eagle of Zeus and freed the Titan who gave humanity fire. He has held the sky on his shoulders. He has done everything a mortal man could do. And Eurystheus, from inside his jar, has thought carefully about the final task. He is going to send Heracles somewhere no mortal has returned from. Not the end of the world. Below it. Sleep now. Let the garden of the Hesperides settle into its eternal evening. The sky above it the color of the apples that grow there. The singing of the daughters of the west drifting across the outer ocean like something you almost remember hearing once, a long time ago, in a dream. The apples are back on the tree. The tree is golden in the last light. Some burdens cannot be passed to another without eventually returning. Some weights are yours alone. Atlas knew this. He knows it still. Standing at the edge of the world with the sky on his shoulders again, having had it lifted for one brief, impossible moment, and having been reminded, precisely and permanently, of what it feels like when someone holds it for you. That is the cruelest part, not the weight, the memory of its absence. Close your eyes. Breathe. This is the last one. Eurystheus thought carefully about the 12th labor. He had sent Heracles to a swamp, to a mountain lake, to the far north, to the end of the world. Twice, he had sent him to places that should have been impossible and watched him return, each time, with exactly what had been asked for. There was one place left, one place that no living man had entered and returned from. Not because of distance, not because of monsters, though there were monsters, but because of what the place was, the final destination, the one-way road, the kingdom that accepted all travelers eventually and released none. The underworld. Bring me Cerberus, Eurystheus said, the guardian of the gate of the dead. Bring him to me alive, without weapons, without a club, without arrows. Bring me the dog that keeps the dead inside, with your bare hands. Cerberus. 3 heads. Most sources agree on 3, though some say 50, some say 100, which tells you that the Greeks understood the number was not the point. The point was that there were enough heads to watch in every direction simultaneously, enough mouths to catch whatever tried to slip past, enough alert animal attention that nothing, in all the years since the underworld was established, had gotten through. His mane was made of serpents. His tail ended in a dragon's head. He was the son of Typhon and Echidna, the same pairing that produced the Nemean lion, the Hydra, the Sphinx, Orthrus, the eagle of Prometheus. That couple had been extraordinarily productive in the direction of terrible things. Cerberus was not cruel. This is important. He was not malicious in the way that Diomedes was malicious, or Geryon's guards, or the various human monsters Heracles had encountered along the way. He was a dog. He did his job. He guarded the entrance to the kingdom of the dead, and he did it completely and without exception because that was what he was made for. He was going to be very difficult to reason with. Heracles went to Eleusis first. He sought initiation into the Eleusinian mysteries, the sacred rites of Demeter and Persephone that prepared initiates for death, that gave them knowledge of what waited below and the spiritual standing to move through it without being destroyed by the encounter. The mysteries were secret. What happened in those rites was never written down, was never spoken outside the sanctuary, and the Greeks kept that secret better than they kept almost any other. We do not know what Heracles learned at Eleusis. We do not know what he was shown, or what was done to him, or what shifted in the way he understood the world. We know he came out ready, or readier. He walked to the entrance of the underworld at Cape Teneron. at the southern tip of the Peloponnese, where a cave descends into the earth, and the air changes, and the light from above becomes increasingly theoretical. He went down. The descent is described differently in different sources. Homer's Heracles, in the Odyssey, is a shade, a ghost of the hero still wearing his armor, his bow still drawn, looking as if he might shoot at any moment. But that is the shade. The real Heracles, the living man, descended while still alive, still breathing, still warm, into a kingdom designed exclusively for the cold and the still and the permanently arrived. The dead saw him coming. Most of them fled. The presence of a living man in the underworld was disturbing in the way that all category violations are disturbing. This was not how it worked. This was not what this place was for. The living did not come here except on very specific mythological business, and the dead had the instinctive reaction of things that have forgotten what the living smell like. Two did not flee. Meleager, the hero who had died young, stood and spoke to Heracles. He asked him to marry his sister Deianira when he returned to the world above. Heracles, standing in the kingdom of the dead, agreed. He would remember that agreement. It would cost him everything. But that is not this story. Medusa raised her head and Heracles drew his sword, and Hermes, who had guided him down, touched his arm. "She is a shade," Hermes said. "She cannot harm you here. She cannot harm anything here. There is no harm left in this place, only the weight of what has already happened." Heracles put his sword away. He found Theseus, his old companion, his friend from the ninth labor, the man who had come to stand beside him in the ruins of his life and refused to leave. Theseus was here. He had come to the underworld on his own quest, with Pirithous, to kidnap Persephone herself, and Hades had caught them and bound them to chairs of forgetfulness and left them there. And time in the underworld being what it is, they had been sitting for what felt like forever. Heracles grabbed Theseus by the hand and pulled. The chair released him. He tried the same for Pirithous. The earth shook. Hades himself, or the ground itself, refused. Pirithous had been the one who conceived the plan to take Persephone. Pirithous would stay. The earth made this clear with the clarity of things that do not negotiate, and Heracles, who had learned across 12 labors when to push and when to understand that the answer is no, let go. He took Theseus. He left Pirithous. He walked toward the gate. He found Hades. The king of the dead received him. This is the moment in the labor that the Greeks found most remarkable, not the fight, which came after, but the conversation before it. Heracles asked permission. He stood before the Lord of the Dead and explained his labor and asked, formally, for leave to take Cerberus to the surface. Hades said yes, on one condition: no weapons. If Heracles could subdue Cerberus with his bare hands and his own strength, without club, without bow, without arrows, he could take him. The same condition Eurystheus had set, as if both men, the coward king above and the patient king below, had independently understood that this labor's test was not about weapons, was never about weapons. He found Cerberus at the gate. The three heads turned toward him simultaneously. The serpent mane rose. The dragon tail moved. Every part of the animal's considerable attention concentrated on the living man standing at the entrance to the kingdom of the dead, asking to pass the other direction. Heracles grabbed him. He took hold of the neck, or one of the necks. The sources differ on which grip he used, and he held on with the strength that had been strangling impossible things since he was an infant in a cradle, the same fundamental strength that was the first gift and the last resort. Cerberus fought. The dragon tail found him and bit, and the serpents in the mane struck at his arms. He wore the lion's skin, which turned most of it, but not all. He bled. He did not let go. He held the dog the way he had held everything impossible across 12 labors, not by overwhelming it, not by defeating it cleanly, but by enduring it, by being the thing that simply would not release. Eventually Cerberus went still, not dead, not broken, just stilled, held, contained by the one grip that had no counter. Heracles walked out of the underworld with the guardian of the dead in his arms. He brought him to Tyrants. He walked through the gate. He stood in the courtyard. Eurystheus looked over the wall, saw what was standing in his courtyard, and descended into his bronze jar so fast that the sources describe it almost fondly. The final performance of the man who had spent years sending others to impossible places and hiding while they completed them. Heracles waited. A herald appeared at the rim of the jar. Eurystheus, from inside, said, "Take it back." Heracles returned Cerberus to the underworld. He walked back down to Teneron, back down through the cave, back through the dark air and the cold of the kingdom below, and he returned the dog to his post at the gate. Cerberus returned to his work. The dead remained inside. The living remained outside. The gate held, as it had always held, as it would always hold. 12 labors. 14, counting the 2 Eurystheus had refused. But 12 was the number. 12 was the sentence. 12 was what the oracle had promised would bring purification and the possibility of something beyond grief. He was done. He walked out of the underworld for the second time. He walked back into the world of the living. The sun was there. The light was there. The warmth that the dead had permanently forgotten. He could feel it. He stood in it for a moment. Just stood. The Greeks understood that completing the labors did not restore what had been lost. His children were still gone. Megara was still gone. The house in Thebes was still silent. No labor had addressed that silence. No monster slain or giant defeated or divine dog wrestled into submission had reached back through time and changed what his hands had done in the madness Hera sent. The labors were penance. Penance is not erasure. It is what you do when erasure is not available. It is the long, systematic, exhausting work of continuing to exist inside the fact of what cannot be undone, of placing one foot in front of the other across years, across continents, across the kingdoms of the living and the dead, not because the walking fixes anything, but because stopping is not permitted. He was purified, the oracle had said, whatever that meant. Whatever purification was available to a man who had done what he had done. He was free from the service of Eurystheus. He walked north, back toward the world that still needed things from him, because it always did, because the world had decided long ago that Heracles was the answer to its most impossible questions, and it was not finished asking. Sleep now. Let the gate of the underworld stand closed in the dark, Cerberus at his post again. 3 heads watching 3 directions. The serpent mane still, the dragon tail calm. Let the world above be quiet for a moment. Let the sun be simply the sun. 12 labors. 12 impossible things placed one after another on the shoulders of a man who had lost everything and was told the only way through was forward. He went forward, all the way to the bottom of the world and back. He came back. He always came back. That is the thing about Heracles that the myths keep trying to say and never quite finish saying. Not the strength, not the lion's skin, not the arrows or the club or the famous laugh. The coming back. Every time. From everywhere. Even from below. Close your eyes. Breathe. Every story that begins in a cradle must end somewhere. The labors are done. The monsters are dead or scattered or returned to wherever monsters go when a hero has finished with them. Eurystheus is still in his jar. The world is quieter than it was when all this started. And Heracles is still here, still walking, still filling whatever room he enters with the particular gravity of a man who has been to the bottom of the world and returned. Still carrying the lion's skin and the bow and the grief that never became something other than grief, no matter how many labors were placed on top of it. He is older now, not old. Heracles does not become old in the ordinary way, but there is something in him that was not there before. A weight that is not the sky of Atlas, not the body of the Nemean lion, not any external thing. The weight of everything he has survived. He married again. Her name was Deianira. He had promised Meleager's shade in the underworld that he would find her, and he kept the promise. He went to Calydon, and he found her, and she was worth finding. Brave, clear-eyed, capable of looking at the most famous and complicated man in the world and seeing a person rather than a legend. She loved him. This matters. It matters enormously, because what is coming is not a story about a faithless wife or a foolish woman. It is a story about love weaponized by a dying thing's spite, about the particular cruelty of endings that use what is most tender in a person as the instrument of destruction. They had children. They had years. Not enough years, but years. The centaur Nessus came into their life at a river crossing. His name means the one who swims. He worked as a ferryman on the river Ivenus, carrying travelers across on his broad centaur back, a convenient arrangement for a creature that was half horse and already at home in the water. Heracles needed to cross with Deianira. Nessus offered to carry her. The crossing began. In the middle of the river, Nessus changed his mind about what the crossing was for. He did not carry her to the other side. He turned and ran. Heracles was already across. He heard Deianira cry out from the river, and he turned, and he saw what was happening, and he did what Heracles did when someone touched something that was his. He drew his bow. The arrow crossed the river. It found Nessus. The centaur fell at the far bank, the Hydra poison already moving through him from the arrowhead, the particular irreversible burning of a wound that would not heal beginning its work. He lay in the shallows, dying, and in the last minutes of his life, Nessus thought very carefully. He called out to Deianira. He called her to him, and he spoke gently, which was the cruelest thing he could have done, to use the voice of the dying, the voice that asks for forgiveness, the voice that seems to offer something valuable in return for a moment of trust. He told her to collect his blood. His blood, mixed with the seed of his wound, would make a love charm, he said. If she ever feared that Heracles' love was fading, if she ever worried that his eye had wandered, if she ever felt the particular terror of loving someone larger than ordinary life and wondering if you could hold them, she should smear this mixture on his shirt. It would bind him to her forever. He said this with his dying breath, with the Hydra poison in his blood, with full knowledge of what the Hydra poison would do. Deianira collected it. She kept it for years, the way you keep insurance against a disaster you hope never arrives. She stored it in a sealed vessel, away from the light, untouched. She did not use it. Not yet. Years passed. Heracles went on being Heracles. More adventures. More monsters. More cities founded and tyrants overthrown and impossible things accomplished in the casual way that had become his signature. Deianira waited in Trachis where they had settled, raising their children, managing the household of the most famous man in the world, which was its own kind of labor. She was not a passive woman. This needs to be said. The myth has sometimes been told in a way that makes Diana small, makes her fearful and weak and easily deceived. But she was none of those things. She was a woman in a world that gave women almost no instruments of power, facing the very real possibility of losing the one thing she had built her life around. She was not foolish. She was human. Heracles sacked a city called Oechalia. He had a reason, an old wrong, an old slight, a promise broken years before. The myths are layered with reasons for what Heracles did, justifications that accumulate like the sediment of a life lived in motion. But from Oechalia, he brought back a captive, a woman named Iole, the daughter of the king he had killed, young and dark-haired, and described in the sources with the particular care reserved for beautiful women who will cause terrible things without intending to. He sent her ahead to Trachis, as a slave officially, as part of the spoils of war. That was the official account. Diana looked at Iole. She looked at the way Heracles had sent her specifically, separately, ahead of himself. She understood, or believed she understood, or feared she understood, which in practice is almost the same thing. She took out the vessel. She had kept it for years. Nessus's blood and the residue of his wound sealed away against exactly this moment. A love charm, he had told her. Something to bind Heracles to her permanently, to make him turn away from young Iole and back to his wife and his children and the life they had built together. She soaked a shirt in it. A beautiful shirt, white, the kind you give a man when he is about to perform a sacrifice, when he is going to stand before the gods and make an offering. Heracles was on his way to a ceremony at Cape Sinium. He would need a proper garment. She sent it with a messenger. She almost called the messenger back. Something. She later said she noticed that where the mixture had touched the wool and then dried, the fibers had begun to disintegrate. Not obviously, not dramatically, but the fabric was not quite right where it had been wet. She told herself it was the light. She let the messenger go. Heracles put on the shirt. The warmth of his body activated it. What Nessus had given her was not a love charm. It had never been a love charm. It was the blood of a centaur dying of Hydra poison, saturated with the most lethal substance Heracles had ever handled. The same poison that had been on the arrow that killed Nessus. The poison that made every wound permanent and every burn irreversible. The shirt began to burn, not like fire burns or like fire, but inside, between the fabric and the skin, adhered now to his body as the poison activated in the heat of him, becoming one with the flesh it touched, impossible to remove without removing the flesh beneath it. He tried to tear it off. The shirt tore pieces of himself away with it. He could not remove it. He could not stop it. What followed is one of the most terrible passages in Greek mythology, described with uncomfortable precision in Sophocles' Women of Trachis, in Ovid, in the sources that refused to look away from what the poison did to a man who had survived everything. He collapsed. The great voice that had shaken walls called out across the cape, and the sound was not the sound of battle or triumph or even grief. It was the sound of something unrecognizable, something that had gone beyond the categories of what a human body was supposed to experience. His companions tried to help. There was nothing to be done. The messenger who had brought the shirt, the man who had been closest to it, Heracles threw him into the sea in his agony. Lycus, his name was. Heracles seized him and threw him from the cape, and the force of the throw was such that Lycus was transformed mid-flight, became a rock, a small island in the Euboean Sea that the Greeks called by his name. Even dying, Heracles was Heracles. Even in this, the strength was catastrophic. He was carried to Trachis. Deianira learned what had happened. She had not known. She had been deceived completely and precisely. Nessus had calculated this with the last intelligence of a dying creature who understood exactly who he was dealing with and what would hurt him most. Not Heracles directly, through the person who loved him, through the love itself. She had done this. Trying to keep him, she had done this. She killed herself before he arrived. The myth is quiet about how. The myth has a tendency to be quiet about the deaths of women, to spend more words on what led to them than on the fact of them. She was gone when he came home. Heracles understood everything. He understood the arrow and Nessus and the Hydra blood and the chain of events that ran from the river Ivenus backward to the swamp at Lerna, where he had dipped his arrows all those years ago. The poison he had made in the second labor had come back through 30 years of intervening life to find him now. He had killed Nessus with Hydra poison. Nessus had killed him with Hydra poison. The second labor's weapon was the last labor's instrument. The Greeks believed in this kind of symmetry, not as cruelty exactly, as completion, as the world having a shape that the individual life moves through without being able to see clearly until the end. He had himself carried to Mount Ida. He built a pyre. He could not light it himself. No one would approach to light it, because lighting the pyre of Heracles meant watching the end of Heracles, and no one could bring themselves to do it. Until a young man named Philoctetes came. He lit the pyre. Heracles gave him the bow and the Hydra-poisoned arrows in gratitude. He gave them to the young man who had been willing to do the thing no one else could bring themselves to do. Those arrows would become important. They would find their way to Troy. But that is a later story and a longer one. The pyre burned, and something happened that the Greeks had not quite promised and had not quite predicted, but had perhaps always expected. A cloud descended. Lightning came. The mortal part of Heracles, the part from Alcmene, the human part, the part that could be burned and was consumed. But the divine part, the part from Zeus, the part that had been there since the night Zeus stretched time itself to father this child, that rose. He ascended to Olympus. He was welcomed. He was given Hebe, the goddess of youth, as his wife. He was given a seat at the table of the gods. He was made immortal, finally, completely, in the way that the labors and the suffering and the years of walking could never quite make him. And Hera accepted him. This is the strangest grace note in all of Greek mythology. The goddess who sent the serpents to his cradle, who sent the madness that took his children, who sent the gadfly into his cattle and arranged for Hippolyta to die at the wrong moment, and orchestrated 10,000 smaller cruelties across the whole length of his life. She accepted him. They were reconciled. The source of his name, glory of Hera, finally became true in the way the name had always promised. The Greeks did not explain this fully. Perhaps they understood that some reconciliations cannot be explained, that some long hatreds exhaust themselves not through resolution, but through the sheer weight of all that happened in their shadow, the labors, the grief, the pyre on the mountain, the cloud and the lightning and the thing that rose. Perhaps even hatred, given enough time and enough evidence of what it costs, eventually becomes something else. Sleep now. The pyre on Mount Ida has burned down to nothing. The mountain is cold and quiet, and the stars above it are the same stars that were there when Heracles was born, when Zeus stretched the night long to father a son who would need the extra hours to become what he was going to become. A man walked through the world. He was given every impossible thing to carry, and he carried it. He was given grief that had no bottom, and he did not stop. He was killed, in the end, by love. By the love of a woman who was deceived, by the cruelty of a dying centaur who understood that the only weapon left to him was the love of someone else. And even that was not the end. The mortal part burns. The divine part rises. That is the whole of it. That is Heracles. The rest is just the world continuing without him, which it does, which it always does, which is perhaps the most painful and most ordinary thing about the death of extraordinary people. The world continues, and somewhere on Olympus, a man who was once a boy in a cradle with 2 snakes is sitting at a table he was never supposed to reach. Laughing, probably. Still laughing. Close your eyes. Breathe. There are stories about monsters. And then there are stories about the rooms we build to hold them. This is both. Athens was paying a debt. Every 9 years. Some sources say every year. The number shifts with the telling, but the horror stays constant. Athens sent 14 young people to Crete. 7 young men and 7 young women, chosen by lot, placed on a black-sailed ship, and sailed south across the Aegean to the island that had once been the greatest power in the world. They did not come back. They were sent into the labyrinth. And in the labyrinth, there was the Minotaur. The debt went back to a death. Minos, king of Crete, had a son named Androgeos. Androgeos had come to Athens for the Panathenaic Games and had won everything. Every competition, every event, with the embarrassing completeness of someone who was simply better than the competition in every direction. King Aegeus of Athens, threatened or shamed or simply afraid of what a Cretan prince winning everything in Athens meant politically, arranged for Androgeos to be sent against the Marathonian bull. The same bull, the one Heracles had brought from Crete and released. The one that had been wandering the plain of Marathon doing exactly what it had always done. Androgeos died. Minos arrived with his fleet. Athens could not fight the Cretan navy. No one could fight the Cretan navy. Minos dictated terms, and the terms were this. Every 9 years, 14 young Athenians, delivered to the labyrinth, delivered to what lived inside it. Athens paid. For years, Athens paid. Theseus was not supposed to exist. His father Aegeus had gone to the oracle at Delphi asking for help with his childlessness, received a cryptic answer he did not understand, and stopped in treason on the way home to visit King Perseus. Perseus understood the oracle's answer. It concerned a wineskin and what Aegeus should not do with it before returning to Athens, and understood it meant that whoever Aegeus fathered a child with that night would bear the next king of Athens. He got Aegeus drunk. He sent his own daughter Ephyra to him. The child born of that night was Theseus. Aegeus, before he left treason, hid a sword and a pair of sandals under a great rock. When the boy is strong enough to lift the rock, he told Ephyra, "Send him to me in Athens. Don't tell him who his father is until he arrives." He sailed home. Theseus grew up in treason, raised by his mother and his grandfather. Knowing he had a father somewhere and a rock he was not yet strong enough to move. He moved it when he was 16, or 18. The age shifts. What matters is the moment. The young man finally able to lift the stone, finding the sword beneath it, understanding for the first time the shape of where he came from and where he was going. He could have taken a ship to Athens. The sea route was safe, or safer. His mother asked him to. His grandfather asked him to. The sensible thing, the obvious thing, was to take the short sail across the Saronic Gulf and arrive in Athens without incident. He took the road instead. The land route from Troezen to Athens wound through some of the most dangerous country in the Greek world. Not dangerous from weather or terrain, but from the people who had settled along it. Bandits, in the ordinary sense, but also something worse. Men with particular systems, men who had developed specific methods of harm and applied them with the regularity of a profession. Theseus killed them all. Periphetes, who beat travelers to death with a bronze club. Theseus killed him and took the club. Cenes, called the pine bender, who tied travelers between two bent pine trees and released them. Theseus killed him the same way. Chiron, who made travelers wash his feet at a cliff top and then kicked them into the sea, where a giant turtle ate them. Theseus killed him and gave him to the turtle. Ceryneian, who wrestled travelers to death. Theseus wrestled him instead, inventing wrestling technique as he did it, winning, killing him. Procrustes, who had a bed that every traveler was made to fit, stretched if too short, cut if too long. Theseus fit Procrustes to his own bed. One by one, along the road from Troezen to Athens, the country was cleared of what had been terrorizing it for years. Theseus arrived in Athens not as a visiting prince, but as a hero. The road was already his. Athens was complicated. Aegeus was there, but so was Medea. Medea, who had fled Corinth after Jason left her, who had killed her own children in the catastrophe of that betrayal, who had come to Athens and offered Aegeus her skill with magic in exchange for his protection. She was his consort now. She had given him what no one else had. A son met us. She saw Theseus before Aegeus recognized him. She told Aegeus this stranger was dangerous. She convinced him to offer the young man a cup of poisoned wine at dinner. Aegeus lifted the cup. Theseus reached for the food first and drew the sword to cut the meat. Aegeus recognized the sword. He struck the cup from Theseus's hand. The wine spilled. Medea was already gone, fled before the recognition was complete, gone into the world that swallowed her and her story, which belongs to an earlier chapter and ends there. Father and son stood in the great hall of Athens, looking at each other for the first time. The tribute ship was being prepared. The 9 years had come around again. 14 young people were being selected by lot, their names drawn from the jar that every Athenian family dreaded, and the black-sailed ship was being readied at the harbor. Theseus volunteered. Not selected. He walked forward and said, "I will go. I will go as one of the 14, and I will go into the labyrinth, and I will kill what is inside it, and I will come back." Aegeus, who had just found his son, who had just knocked a cup of poison from his hand, looked at the young man and understood that this was who Theseus was, that this was what he had been made to do, or what he had decided to do, which in the world of heroes amounts to the same thing. He made him promise one thing: change the sail. Go with a black sail, as the tribute ships always go. But if you come back alive, change it to white before you reach the harbor, so I can see it from the cliff where I will be watching, so I know before the ship arrives. Theseus promised. He would forget. The ship arrived in Crete. Minos came to inspect the tribute, and his daughter Ariadne came with him. She stood on the dock, and she looked at Theseus among the 14, and the myths are not subtle about what happened. She loved him immediately, with the force and completeness that myths assign to young women who will drive important stories forward, not because the myths respect that love, not always, but because they need it, because without it the story has no engine. She went to Daedalus. Daedalus, the master craftsman, the architect of the labyrinth itself, the most brilliant engineer in the world, living in Crete as Minos's genius and Minos's prisoner, both at once. She asked him how someone could get out of the labyrinth. He told her about thread. She went to Theseus that night. She brought him a ball of thread and a sword. She told him to tie the thread to the entrance and unwind it as he walked, so that when he needed to come back he could follow it out. She told him she would help him escape Crete afterward. She asked him to take her with him. He agreed. She was betting everything on a stranger she had known for hours. She was betraying her father, her home, her island, the entire Cretan world she had been born into, for a young man from Athens with good bones and a confident manner and absolutely no demonstrated loyalty to her whatsoever. The myth knows this. The myth proceeds anyway. He went in. The labyrinth was Daedalus' masterpiece and his shame simultaneously. A structure so complex, so deliberately disorienting, that its architect had to be imprisoned to prevent him from revealing its secrets. It was not simply a maze. It was a thought made physical, the idea of inescapability given corridors and turns, and the particular darkness that comes not from absence of light, but from absence of orientation. The thread unspooled behind him. He moved through the dark by feel and instinct, following the corridor as it turned, as it doubled back, as it seemed to return him to where he had been, and then revealed itself to be somewhere entirely different. He found the Minotaur. The Minotaur was sleeping. Asterion, that was its name, the Starry One, given by some sources as if to insist on its personhood, on the fact that this creature had not asked to be what it was, had been born into a labyrinth, had lived its entire existence in the dark, fed on children sent from a city it had never seen for a crime committed before it existed. The Minotaur was the punishment for Minos's refusal to sacrifice the bull. The Minotaur had done nothing. It was simply what happened when divine punishment and human weakness and the random machinery of myth combined. Something was produced that had no place in the world, that could not be released into it, that had to be contained in the dark and fed. Theseus killed it. He killed it with his hands in some versions, with the sword in others, and in both it is described briefly, almost quickly, a few sentences, a few lines of verse, as if the killing itself was less important than everything that surrounded it. The thread led him back. He came out of the labyrinth. Ariadne was there. They gathered the other Athenians, and they moved to the harbor, and they disabled the Cretan ships, bored holes in the hulls, or set fires. The versions vary, and they sailed north before Minos could respond. They stopped at the island of Naxos. What happened on Naxos is the moment the myth becomes something else entirely, something that has bothered people for 3,000 years and bothers them still. Theseus left. While Ariadne slept on the beach, he put the Athenians back on the ship and sailed away. Why? The sources offer everything. The gods commanded it. Dionysus wanted Ariadne for himself and sent a divine order that Theseus could not refuse. Theseus loved another woman, and Ariadne was always only a means to an end. He simply forgot, the way heroes and myths forget things that are inconvenient to remember. None of it is quite enough. None of it quite covers the image of a woman waking on an empty beach, watching a ship that is already too far away to call back. She had given him everything. The thread, the sword, her father's island, her whole life, traded for a stranger's promise. She woke alone on Naxos. Dionysus found her. He came to the beach with his retinue of satyrs and Maenads, and the particular warmth that the god of wine brings to desolate places, and he found Ariadne on the shore with a ship on the horizon. He loved her. He married her. He gave her a crown of stars, the Corona Borealis, which you can still see on clear nights. placed in the sky as a permanent record of a woman who deserved better than she got and received something extraordinary anyway, through no logic or justice of the world, but through the specific intervention of a god who recognized what was in front of him. Ariadne became immortal. She became a goddess. She ended better than she began. The myths sometimes do this. Take the people most badly used by the machinery of heroism and quietly, at the end, give them something the hero never had. Theseus had forgotten the sail. He had promised his father a white sail if he returned alive, and he sailed into the harbor at Athens with the black sail still up, the sail of mourning, the sail that meant the worst had happened. Aegeus saw it from the cliff. He threw himself into the sea. The Aegean Sea is named for him. The man who had spent 16 years waiting for his son to be strong enough to lift a stone, who had knocked a poisoned cup from the young man's hand, who had watched him sail away on a black-sailed ship with 14 others, and stood at the cliff every day watching the horizon. He saw the black sail. He did not wait for the ship to arrive. He was gone before Theseus reached the harbor. Theseus became king of Athens. He unified Attica, consolidated the villages and towns into a single political entity centered on Athens, created the foundation of the city that would become the most important in the Western world. He was a great king. He was a just king, as ancient kings go. He built things that lasted. He had killed the Minotaur. He had forgotten to change the sail. Both of those things are equally true, and they live together in the myth without resolution, because that is how myths tell the truth about people, not by choosing which fact defines them, but by holding all of it simultaneously and asking you to hold it too. Sleep now. Let the thread unspool in the dark corridors of the labyrinth, running back toward the entrance, back toward the light, back toward the ship and the sea and the island where a woman woke alone and found a god waiting. Let the black sail fill with wind above the Aegean. Let the crown of Ariadne rise in the night sky. There is a thread that leads out of every dark place. Someone gave it to you, probably. Someone who asked for very little in return, or asked for something you did not give, or gave it anyway knowing you might not. Follow it back, and when you reach the light, remember who put it in your hand. Remember, change the sail, close your eyes, breathe. There are quests that begin with a sheep, not metaphorically, a real sheep, a ram, specifically, with wool the color of hammered gold, sent by the gods at the precise moment it was needed, carrying 2 children on its back away from an altar where they were about to be killed. The ram flew. It flew east, across the Aegean, across the Black Sea, toward a kingdom at the edge of the world called Colchis. One of the children, a girl named Hela, fell from its back into the strait below. The strait was named for her, the Hellespont, the Sea of Hela. The boy survived. His name was Phrixus. He arrived in Colchis and sacrificed the ram in gratitude to Zeus, and gave its golden fleece to the king of Colchis, Aedes, who hung it in a sacred grove guarded by a serpent that never slept. The fleece stayed there, glowing in the dark of the grove, waiting for someone to be foolish enough to come for it. Jason was born to be that someone. His father Ezon was the rightful king of Iolcos in Thessaly. His uncle Peleus had taken the throne, not through war, exactly, but through the patient accumulation of power that opportunists specialize in, waiting for the right moment, moving when no one could stop him. Ezon sent the infant Jason away to be safe. He sent him to Chiron. Chiron, the centaur who was not like other centaurs. The son of Cronus, old beyond reckoning, wise in medicine and music and the arts of war and the deeper arts of what it meant to live well. He raised heroes. He had raised Achilles. He had raised Asclepius, the god of medicine. He raised Jason on a mountain, in a cave, teaching him everything a man needed to know to walk back into a world that had already tried to remove him from it. Jason came down from the mountain when he was 20. He was going to reclaim his father's kingdom. He walked toward Iolcos barefoot, crossing a river, losing one sandal in the current. Peleus had been warned. An oracle had told him to beware a man wearing one sandal. He had been watching for years. Every stranger who came to Iolcos, every traveler at the festival games, every young man with ambition in his eyes, Peleus watched their feet. Jason walked into the city wearing one sandal. Peleus looked at him. He thought very carefully. He could kill him here, at the festival, in public, and deal with the political consequences. Or he could do something more elegant. He could send him somewhere from which he would not return, and let the world do the killing for him. He told Jason about the golden fleece. He said, "The ghost of Phrixus comes to me in dreams. He asks me to retrieve the fleece from Colchis, to bring it home to Greece where it belongs. I am too old to make the journey, but you are young and strong and clearly capable. Bring me the golden fleece, and I will give you your father's kingdom." Jason believed him, or decided to proceed as if he believed him. The two things, in heroes, are often the same. He needed a ship. He went to Argos the shipwright, and Argos built him something that had not existed before. The Argo, the first great ship, built from the timber of Mount Pelion, with a plank of prophetic oak from the sacred grove at Dodona worked into its prow, so that the ship itself could speak, could warn, could feel the approach of divine danger the way living things feel weather. A ship that could talk. Then he needed a crew. He sent word across Greece. They came. The Argonauts. The list of who sailed on the Argo is one of the great catalogs of Greek myth. Every hero of the generation before Troy gathered on one ship for one impossible voyage. Orpheus came, the musician whose voice could move stones and rivers, brought along to calm the waters with his lyre and to counter the sirens when the time came. Castor and Pollux came, the divine twins, one mortal and one immortal, inseparable. Zets and Calais, the winged sons of the north wind. Peleus, who would father Achilles. Meleager of Calydon. Atalanta, the fastest runner alive, the only woman on the ship, included over objections that the myth records and dismisses. And Heracles. Heracles came. He was between labors, or before them, or after some of them. The chronology of Heracles is always fluid, the myths placing him where the story needs him regardless of strict sequence. He came aboard with his companion Hylas, a beautiful young man whom Heracles loved with the particular intensity he brought to everything. The greatest hero in the world, sailing on the first great ship as one among many. He did not stay for the whole voyage. The world is always pulling Heracles away from other people's stories. They sailed north and east. The early stops are a catalog of adventures that fill the voyage with the texture of a world that is everywhere dangerous and everywhere interesting simultaneously. At Lemnos, they found an island of women. The men had all been killed or driven away. The sources offer both explanations with equal confidence. The Argonauts stayed, longer than they should have. Heracles, who had not come on this voyage to settle down on a comfortable island, eventually walked through the city banging his or against doors, asking if anyone planned to leave today, and the voyage resumed. At the land of the Dolions, they stopped as guests, were welcomed warmly, sailed away, were blown back by contrary winds in the dark, and in the confusion of a night attack, each side thinking the other was enemies, Jason killed the king who had just hosted him. The grief of that accident followed the voyage like weather. At Mysia, Hylas went to a spring for water. The nymphs of the spring saw him and pulled him in. Heracles heard him cry out and went looking. He searched the forests of Mysia for days, calling Hylas, tearing up trees in his anguish, refusing to leave, refusing to accept that the young man was simply gone. The Argos sailed without him. Heracles never found Hylas. He was left behind on the shore of Mysia, searching, calling a name into a forest that did not answer. The greatest hero in the world, left behind on someone else's voyage, looking for someone he loved in a place that had already swallowed him. They came to the Symplegades, the clashing rocks, two enormous rocks at the entrance to the Black Sea that crashed together periodically, grinding to powder anything caught between them, then drawing apart again in readiness. They had destroyed every ship that tried to pass. The trick, given to them by the prophet Phineus, a blind old man they had rescued from the Harpies, who told them the secret in gratitude, was a dove. Release a dove first. Watch what the rocks take. The dove flew through, and the rocks clashed and caught the tail feathers. Just the tail feathers. The Argo rode with everything it had through the gap while the rocks were drawing apart again, and the rocks clashed behind them and caught the stern ornament. Just the stern ornament. They were through. The Black Sea opened ahead of them. Colchis was at the eastern end of the world. King Aeetes received them with the surface courtesy of a man who had no intention of giving them what they had come for and was deciding at what point to stop pretending otherwise. He offered a deal. You want the fleece? Complete these tasks. Yoke my fire-breathing bulls, the Calcatoroi, bronze-hooved, breathing flames, a gift from Hephaestus. Plow a field with them. Sow the field with dragon's teeth. Deal with what grows. The tasks were impossible. He knew they were impossible. He was confident. He had not accounted for his daughter, Medea, daughter of Aeetes, granddaughter of Helios the sun god, priestess of Hecate, the most skilled witch in the world. She saw Jason. The myths, when they describe this moment, invoke Eros, the arrow, the sudden wound, the love that arrives without warning or permission and rearranges everything. Aphrodite sent it. She sent it deliberately, because the Olympians needed the quest to succeed, and Medea was the instrument through which success was possible. Medea did not choose this, and yet she made every choice that followed. She came to Jason at night. She gave him an ointment made from a flower that had grown where the blood of Prometheus fell when the eagle tore his liver. It would make him invulnerable to fire and iron for one day. She gave him instructions for the dragon's teeth. She told him everything he needed to know. She asked him to take her with him. He swore by every god he knew. He would marry her. He would love her. She would be his wife and his queen, and he would never leave her. She believed him, or decided to proceed as if she believed him. He yoked the bulls. The flames washed over him and left him unmarked. He plowed the field. He sowed the dragon's teeth and watched the earth churn and split as armed warriors rose from the soil, a full army growing from the ground like grain. Medea had told him what to do. He threw a stone into the middle of them. The warriors turned on each other, unable to locate the source of the attack, fighting among themselves until the field was still again. Aeetes watched. He was not pleased. He began planning to kill the Argonauts that night. Medea went to the sacred grove. She sang to the serpent that never slept, for the first and only time, closed its eyes. She took the fleece. She ran to the ship. They fled. Aeetes pursued with the Colchian fleet, and here the myth does something that has troubled readers ever since. Medea had brought her younger brother Absyrtus aboard. When the Colchian ships began to gain on them, she killed him. She scattered his body in pieces across the water, knowing that Aeetes would have to stop to collect the pieces for proper burial. He stopped. The Argo escaped. What Medea did was monstrous. What she had already lost before she did it, her home, her father, her world, her entire life, was also real. The myth holds both. It does not excuse her. It does not pretend the act was small. But it also does not pretend that a woman who was essentially stolen from her life by a divine arrow and a hero's promises existed in a moral vacuum where her choices were made freely. She was 18 years old. She was on a ship in the middle of the Black Sea. She had left everything. The voyage home was longer than the voyage out. The gods demanded purification for what had been done. The Argo spoke. From its prophetic plank of Dodona oak, it had a voice. It used it. It told them they needed to find Circe, the witch of Aea, to be cleansed of the killing of Absyrtus. They crossed from the Black Sea to the Adriatic. Some versions take them up the Danube and across to the Rhine and down to the Mediterranean, which is geographically creative but mythologically necessary. The world of the Argo is larger than any actual map. They found Circe, Medea's own aunt, who performed the purification and sent them away without warmth. They passed the Sirens. Orpheus played his lyre, and the music of Orpheus was louder than the Sirens' song, and the crew did not go mad and throw themselves into the sea. They navigated the passage of Scylla and Charybdis. The sea nymph Thetis, summoned by her lover Peleus, guided them through. They came at last to the island of the Phaeacians, where a king named Alcinous was hosting them when the Colchian fleet appeared again, demanding Medea back. Alcinous said he would return her if she was unmarried. His wife told Jason that night. They married on the island that night, with whatever ceremony was available. Medea stayed. They reached Iolcos. They had the fleece. Peleus was still on the throne. He had no intention of giving it up, fleece or no fleece, promise or no promise. He looked at Jason with the expression of a man who is about to explain why the terms of an agreement he never meant to honor do not technically apply in this particular situation. Medea killed him. She went to his daughters and told them she had a magic that could restore youth. She demonstrated by cutting up an old ram and boiling it and producing from the cauldron a young lamb, alive and bleeding. She told them their father was old, and this could be undone. His daughters cut him up. Medea did not produce him young and alive from the cauldron. Peleus was dead. This was not Jason's doing, technically. It was Medea's, entirely and deliberately. The city of Iolcos turned on them. They were exiled. They went to Corinth. In Corinth, Jason left her. He left her for a younger woman, the princess of Corinth, Glossy, a politically advantageous marriage, a fresh start without the weight of everything Medea carried and everything she had done. He explained his reasons carefully. He had good reasons, or reasons that sounded good. The kind of reasons that men who leave have always had and have always delivered in the voice of someone who believes he is being generous by explaining it all. Medea listened. She sent Glossy a wedding gift, a dress, a crown, both soaked in poison. She sent the gifts with her children. Then she killed the children. Then she fled in a chariot drawn by dragons. She went to Athens. She went to Aegeus, who had promised her sanctuary. She was not done. Jason died alone. Years later, old, Sitting in the shadow of the rotting hull of the Argo where it had been dragged ashore, a piece of the prow fell and struck him. The ship he had sailed to the end of the world on. The first great ship. It killed him. Alone. In its shadow. The golden fleece is gone. We do not know what became of it. The myths do not say. It arrived in Iolcos, and then the story moves past it without accounting for where it went. The object that launched the greatest voyage in Greek mythology, that hung in a sacred grove for a generation glowing in the dark, guarded by a serpent that never slept. It passed out of the story the way things that are only valuable as goals pass out of stories when the goal is reached. What remained was everything the quest had cost. Hylas in a spring in Mysia, Absyrtus scattered across the Black Sea, Peleus in pieces, Glossy burning in her bridal clothes. 2 children, a man under a rotting hull. Sleep now. Let the Argo rest on its side in the sand. The prophetic plank of Dodona oak finally silent. The voice it used to warn and guide and speak the truth finally done speaking. Let the golden fleece hang somewhere in the dark, glowing still. Let Medea fly east in her dragon chariot, back toward the world she came from, back toward Colchis where it started, carrying everything she became in the years since an arrow arrived without warning and rearranged her life without asking. This is the story they told about the first great voyage, about what it costs to go to the end of the world for something, about the difference between what you seek and what you find, about the women who make the impossible possible and the promises that do not survive the harbor. The fleece was golden. The price was everything else. Close your eyes. Breathe. There is a question at the center of this story. Not the Sphinx's question. That comes later, and it has an answer. The deeper question. The one the myth has been asking for 3,000 years without quite finishing the asking. If you were told exactly what terrible thing you would do, and you spent your entire life running from it, and the running itself was what caused the terrible thing to happen, what does that mean about the running? What does that mean about you? It began before Oedipus existed. Laius was king of Thebes. He went to the oracle at Delphi, the way everyone in the Greek world went to the oracle at Delphi when they needed to know something they were not sure they wanted to know. And the oracle told him this: if you have a son, that son will kill you. He came home to his wife Jocasta. He tried not to have a son. The myths are tactful about how that attempt failed. They had a son, a boy, born into a palace that had been waiting for him with dread rather than celebration, arriving into a world that had already decided it could not keep him. Laius gave the infant to a shepherd. He told the shepherd to take him to the mountains and leave him there. He told the shepherd to pierce his feet and bind them, so he could not crawl, so if somehow he survived, no one would think a baby found on a mountainside with bound feet had come from the palace. The shepherd could not do it. He gave the baby to another shepherd. That shepherd took him across the mountain passes, across the border between Thebes and Corinth, and gave him to the king and queen of Corinth, who had no children and wanted one. They named him Oedipus, swollen foot, named for the wounds his father's fear had given him before he was old enough to understand what fear was. He grew up in Corinth. He grew up believing Polybus and Merope were his parents, that Corinth was his kingdom, that his life was the ordinary life of a prince with an ordinary future ahead of him. He was loved. He was capable. He had the particular quality of young men in myths who are going to do enormous things, a kind of intensity, an aliveness, a refusal to accept the surface of things when the depth was available. Then someone at a dinner, drunk, told him he was not his father's son. He asked Polybus and Merope. They denied it. He did not entirely believe them. He went to Delphi. The oracle did not tell him who his parents were. It told him this: "You will kill your father. You will marry your mother." He was 19 years old. He stood in the temple at Delphi with that knowledge in his hands, and he made the only decision that seemed to him to make any sense at all. He would never go back to Corinth. He loved Polybus and Merope. He would not risk them. He would walk away from his home and his kingdom and the people who had raised him, and he would go somewhere else, anywhere else. And the oracle's words would be impossible because he would never see his parents again. He turned north, away from Corinth, toward Thebes. There is a place called the Split Road, 3 roads meeting at a crossroads in Phocis, in the mountains between Delphi and Thebes. A narrow place where the road pinches between rocks and 2 travelers going opposite directions cannot easily pass. Oedipus was walking north. An old man in a chariot was coming south, with attendants, with the authority of someone accustomed to having the road. One of the attendants struck Oedipus to make him move. Oedipus struck back. The old man in the chariot hit him with a staff. Oedipus pulled him from the chariot and killed him. Then he killed the attendants, all but one who fled. He walked on. He did not know the old man's name. He did not know that the old man had been traveling from Thebes, where a crisis had just begun. A monster had appeared at the city gates, asking a question that no one could answer, killing those who could not answer it. He did not know the old man was king of Thebes. He did not know the old man's name was Laius. The Sphinx. She crouched on a rock outside the gates of Thebes, and she asked a riddle to every traveler who approached, and every traveler who could not answer her she killed, and no traveler had yet answered correctly. The city was strangled. No one could enter or leave. The king was dead, killed on the road, they thought by bandits. And the city was leaderless and starving, and the Sphinx sat on her rock asking the question that no one could answer. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? Creon, brother of Jocasta, acting as regent, had announced that whoever could answer the Sphinx's riddle would receive the kingdom of Thebes and the hand of the widowed queen in marriage. Oedipus walked up to the gates. He heard the riddle. He answered it. Man, a human being, who crawls as an infant, walks upright in the prime of life, and uses a staff in old age. The answer is man. The Sphinx, defeated, threw herself from her rock into the sea. The gates opened. Oedipus became king of Thebes. He married Jocasta. They had children. 4 of them, Eteocles and Polynices, who would destroy each other in a war for the city after everything was over. Antigone and Ismene, daughters who would be defined by loyalty to a father who had brought catastrophe on everyone around him without meaning to. Years passed. They were good years, or adequate years, the kind of years that accumulate without incident. He was a good king. He was just. He was attentive to his city's welfare in the way that men who have survived uncertainty sometimes are, with a particular gratitude for ordinary stability, a particular care for what they have been given. He did not know. Neither did she. Then the plague came, a blight on Thebes. The fields were failing. Women were miscarrying. People were dying of a sickness that had no explanation. The city was suffering in the way that the Greek world understood divine punishment to look: systematic, total, affecting everything simultaneously. Oedipus sent to Delphi. The oracle sent back. The plague will end when the murderer of Laius is found and punished. The old crime unpunished is the wound through which the disease enters. Find the killer of the king. Oedipus announced it publicly. He cursed the killer. He called down on the murderer of Laius every divine punishment available. He swore to find whoever had done this and drive them from the city. He began to investigate. He sent for Tiresias, the blind prophet, old beyond calculation, living in Thebes, seeing with the eyes that the gods had given him when they took his ordinary sight, the internal eyes, the ones that see what is rather than what appears to be. Tiresias came. He did not want to speak. He stood before the king, and he looked at him, with whatever seeing the blind use, and he said, "Do not ask me. Do not make me say what I know. Let this go." Oedipus pressed him. He accused him of obstruction, of complicity, of protecting the murderer. Tiresias, pushed past the point of restraint, told him, "You are the killer you are looking for." Oedipus called him a liar, called him a tool of Cretan who wanted the throne, sent him away. He continued the investigation. The investigation is a piece of theater that Sophocles constructed with merciless precision. Every step Oedipus takes toward the truth is a step he takes himself, by his own intelligence, by the same sharp mind that answered the Sphinx. No one forces him. Every witness he summons, every piece of information he demands, every thread he pulls himself. The shepherd who had carried him from Thebes was still alive. The same shepherd who had not been able to leave an infant on the mountain, who had given him to the Corinthian shepherd. He was the same man who had survived the attack at the crossroads, the one attendant who had fled. Oedipus summoned him. He did not want to come. He came. He answered what was asked of him. Jocasta understood before Oedipus did. She put it together: the crossroads, the timing of Laius's death, the age of the man she had married, the pierced feet that left scars he had carried his whole life. And she understood. She begged him to stop. She said, "Let it go? What does it matter? Let the past stay buried. We are here. We are alive. We have children. What do the origins matter when what is built from them is real?" He would not stop. She left the room. When he found her, she had hanged herself. Oedipus took the pins from her dress. He pressed them into his eyes, not in rage, not in a frenzy, with a particular deliberate calm that Sophocles makes almost unbearable. This was a choice, made by a man who had just understood what his eyes had failed to see, who had been looking at the world his whole life with the wrong instruments, who had been physically sighted and completely blind. He would not see with those eyes anymore. He walked out of the palace. He asked to be exiled, as he had sworn to exile the killer. He exiled himself. Creon let him go. He left Thebes on foot, an old man now, or not old, but aged in an hour in the way that terrible understanding ages people, with his daughter Antigone beside him, leading him, the only one who would not leave. He walked for years. He wandered through Greece with his daughter, the deposed king of the city he had saved from the Sphinx, the man who had solved the riddle no one else could solve and could not read the simpler riddle written in his own life. He came at last to a place called Colonus, near Athens. He died there, in a grove sacred to the Furies of all places, the divine forces of consequence and retribution. He died in the grove of the exact forces that should have pursued him, and the Greeks found meaning in this. Not punishment, something more complex than punishment. Resolution, perhaps. The gods took him quietly. The ground opened and received him, and he went in, and what happened next was not seen by anyone standing at the grove's edge. The Greeks performed this story obsessively. Sophocles wrote 3 plays about it, though he composed them decades apart and out of sequence, and they were never meant to be a trilogy. Oedipus the king, Oedipus at Colonus, Antigone. They performed Oedipus the king at the festival of Dionysus year after year, to audiences of thousands, to people who knew the ending before the play began, who had known the ending since childhood, who came not to be surprised, but to feel something they could not otherwise feel. Aristotle said it was the perfect tragedy, not because of what happens, because of how it happens, because of the particular torture of watching a man of extraordinary intelligence investigate his way to the worst possible truth, step by step, refusing to stop, doing to himself what no external enemy could have done. He is not a bad man. He never was. He tried, his whole life, to be good. He ran from the oracle. He tried to protect his parents. He saved Thebes. He ruled justly. He demanded accountability from himself with the same force he demanded it from others. He did every terrible thing anyway. The philosophers came after and argued about what it meant. Did he have a choice? Was the oracle a prediction or a cause? If he had never gone to Delphi, if he had never heard what he would do, if he had not run, would it have happened? The myth does not answer. The myth is not interested in answering. The myth is interested in the feeling of the question. The feeling of standing at a crossroads, any crossroads, even a small one, and understanding that your choices are real and your knowledge is limited, and the gap between those two facts is where everything terrible lies. You will make decisions that seem right. They will have consequences you cannot see. You are not a bad person. It will happen anyway. This is why the Greeks told this story, not as a warning. You cannot warn someone away from being human. Not as a lesson exactly, as a mirror, as the thing you hold up and say, look, this is what it looks like from the outside. This is the shape of a life that was trying its best. Look, and then go back to your own life. And try anyway. Sleep now. Let the crossroads at Phocis stand empty in the dark, the three roads running off in three directions. No chariot, no traveler, just the place itself in the quiet of a night that does not know what happened there. Let the Sphinx's rock stand empty above the gates of Thebes. Let the grove at Colonus be still, the ground closed, the old man inside it finally, permanently, beyond the reach of what he knew. There is a question the Sphinx asked. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening? The answer is man. The answer is all of us. Moving through time on the legs we are given, becoming something different in each season of ourselves, carrying the staff of old age toward a darkness we cannot see and cannot stop walking toward. That is the answer. That was always the answer. We just keep forgetting that the riddle is about us. This is where we leave you for tonight. But the story isn't over. 3 goddesses stand before a mortal man, each offering him the most powerful gift she commands. He will choose only one, and that single choice will light the fire that burns Troy to the ground. Next time, Paris's judgment, the apple, the 3 goddesses, and the beginning of the end. This is a chronological series. Every episode picks up exactly where the last one left. You don't need to hold anything in your mind right now. Just rest. Your body needs this. Your mind needs this. And we'll be here every 2 days with the next chapter. Tomorrow, and we say this with certainty, the names you heard tonight will feel more familiar. That is not nothing. That is exactly what this time was for. Millions of people lie awake at night convinced they are falling behind. That every hour of sleep is an hour lost. You know something they haven't figured out yet. This time was not wasted. It never was. If tonight felt like something, if these stories found you at the right moment, subscribe and join us. Leave a comment. Hit like. We're building this community together, and your support helps us keep going. And if you'd like to know how much sleep your mind and body actually need, not a general answer, yours specifically, visit us at geniussleep.rest. We built a free sleep calculator there, just for you. Enter your age, your lifestyle, your daily rhythm, and it will tell you exactly how much sleep your body needs. You can also find us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and Amazon Music. Every episode, every night, wherever you listen. Genius Sleep Academy will be here every time you close your eyes. Sleep well.